Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. These 4 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. There they found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other, and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is January 21st, 2023, and it is 5 minutes after 8 p.m. Eastern. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to Day 31 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. It is Season 3, The Dogs of War, as Season 3 is entitled, and it is also, oh my goodness, Crit Twitch resubbing for 34 months. Thank you, Crit Twitch. Thank you so much, Crit Twitch. I hope all is well. It is also part 2 of Parliament of Gears, and I am very excited for all of this as we get to play 2 weeks in a row. What is this madness? It's almost like, you know, we get to do this at all. I'm very excited about that. It's going to be great. And that is going to be happening later today in just a few minutes, actually. But first, I want to remind everybody about a couple ways to support the channel. If you have not done so already, please follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube so you can get past broadcasts of this and other streams. Please sub to me over there. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And there's always a lot of stuff hopping on the Discord, so please join us us there. And of course, the website, my Twitter first, ! Arv tweets, where you will always see if I'm posting when I'm going live, etc. And the website for all of this is arvinelleron.com. Financially, ! Arv shop, which is very much under construction, but will be allow you to get Infinity and Beyond, and also some other stuff that I'm going to be posting up there, shortly. Parentheses TM, it will be happening. So that supports the channel, as does the Patreon, which is currently up and running just fine. ! Arvtreon. You can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel, not to mention inspirations to help our players. And we do have a lot of inspirations available for people to have used. So definitely jump on board with that. So we've got that going on. And what's this here? Passed out, let's see, is dead in Skyrim. Survival mode has a drawback. Your character will stand there and starve. Oh no. I was going to say, I have fallen asleep playing Skyrim once before, and there's a reason I have an extra 8 hours on Skyrim that are unaccounted for in actual gameplay. But yes, supporting us by subbing to the channel is also appreciated. Custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere, plus inspirations for the players as well. On the publishing side, ! Icarus, from my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library, my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Gray Shade, which is my novel that was released last year from Athos Arts. That is available. You can also pre-order Renegade, which is coming out later this year. Heretic, which is coming out next year. The tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien, and you might hear more from Brandon O'Brien directly in just a moment. That is going to be coming out later this year. And of course, the audiobook from Trent Sparks, who you might also hear more from directly in just a minute. That is also coming later this year. So we got a lot of stuff coming later this year, and it's all there if you head over to ! Gray Shade and pre-order that stuff now. Pre-ordering is your friend. Please do that. We appreciate that very much. Last but certainly not least, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. I love that quote, Emily. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back with bravery and courage against an illegal and illegitimate, a devastating and sadly still ongoing war. I hope that it will not be the case. I hope that when we get to the end of this year, it will not be still rolling on, and that is possible that it might not be. But either way, we need to be there to support as much as we can and to send the message that we will do so for others as well. Now, quick programming note. We've got Eberron going on tonight. Tomorrow on Sunday, I have to confirm this, but over the next couple of days, it might be today, it could be Monday, or it might be next weekend, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. We will be broadcasting the conclusion of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, which was a Speculate event. Because of work schedule changes and things like that, that last session had to be recorded. I am told on good authority that it was a really epic final session, and we are going to be broadcasting it on this channel. I just don't have the exact day yet, so I will let you folks know as soon as I know. So that is coming soon. Then we have got Bag of Giving, I think, is not coming up this week, but we do have on Tuesday, I Love You, Colonel Sanders, as chosen by chat, God help me. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern over on GOG Comms channel, we will have Pen and Pixels, and we will have D&D with GOG Ghost of Saltmarsh as we get back into that campaign. And then Tuesday night, the Our Vocalists, and I have a surprise for you with the Our Vocalists as well. They are going to be returning with Citizen Sleepers. That's happening on Tuesday, and I'm very excited about that. And then Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, a week from today, next Saturday, and also Court of Blades from Speculate you'll see on Friday as well. So a lot of good stuff going on, and I'm very excited for all of it. Now, I have unmuted myself so the fine folks know we're ready to go. I apologize unreservedly for whomever I may have interrupted while doing that. And then I will unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the 5, that's right, 5 players. It is not 4 players anymore. We are back up to a 5-player contingent, and you can see that they are there. They are ready to go. They are prepared. They are excited, and I mean just all the other good things that exist about awesome D&D players. So I will start with the bottom left of the ziggurat with one Mr. I've got to call this something like the TTRPG ziggurat. Is there a ZCRPG, like a ZTRPG, Ziggurat TRPG? Anyway, yes, that yeah, precisely. But bottom left of the Ziggurat is, of course, our very own Tren Sparks, of whom I have previously discussed his voice narration work. Tren, how are you? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing today, sir?
Unfortunately, I am still a hippie Wookiee. I will, however, be removing this evening after we finish this.
Okay.
Thing. Because I'm not going to. What?
What?
Not you, him.
I just like it a lot though, but you do you. It's your face, not mine.
My only real problem with it is that these parts out here, they don't grow down the way I want to. They start curving back up and trying to wrap around the back of my head.
Aren't you obligated by film villain rules to then put a big streak of white just in those,
it's
unnaturally
right
so? Well, I know, but I'm saying to match it, and then it's
Mm-hmm. But then it starts these parts here start catching in my hair, and so it's trying to merge into one piece of weird helmet hair, literally helmet hair. If it would just grow down the way I want it to, it would be fine. But I don't want my mustache to do that because it grows down and my whiskers curl into my mouth, and I'm constantly trying. So I'm constantly pulling, trying to train it to go outward and then down. But no,
that's what mustache wax is for.
I hate mustache wax. It reminds me of my stepfather. Anyway, so
the people who are listening to the podcast, you miss so much by not seeing this.
I was going to say
exactly.
It's true.
Yeah.
This is now months after what I am currently to you talking about. And,
true.
Anyway. But it's when I'm sleeping and I start dreaming about cake or something, and then I just start drooling. But since I predominantly sleep on my left side,
there's
the
cake.
That would be the cake that I'm not drooling over because it looks like it's chocolate.
This does happen to be a little bit of chocolate, yes.
So you don't like chocolate?
I like some chocolate. Generally not chocolate cake unless it's a really dark chocolate. Anyway,
dark chocolate, yeah.
I am Tren Sparks, professional voice actor, and as that guy out there mentioned, an audiobook narrator. I am playing a very slowly, steadily becoming more grumpy guy who's built a lot like me, actually. Anyway, he is a battlesmith artificer named Miatantan Tagashal de Kenneth of the House Kenneth, which is what de Kenneth means. And he has what a lot of people take it to calling a mechano good boy, a steel defender named Spanner, who travels along with him, who is currently acting as our healer's steed, so she can keep up with us.
I like the fact, by the way, that you're able to. The command word for that is just steed. It's very straightforward. Well, steed. I'm now steed.
Sort of, because I'll always mention that he makes a series of clicks first,
right?
And so the clicks are basically his commands to, to Spanner to get ready. There's a thing coming up, and so he will stand up as soon as he hears the clicks and whatnot. But it is the steed command that is the final set of the clicks. Are okay. We're getting ready to move. Incoming command, stand by, and then steed, and then he switches his behavioral patterns to she's going to be riding. Okay, so I have
and then the transformer noise happens, right?
Yeah, then
yeah. See?
Which, if you want to know how to make the sound, it's just a sound like you're, but you also roll your tongue.
I can't roll my R's though. Yeah.
I cannot do this. It makes me jealous.
All I do is some bizarre thing out of Enemy Mine. I can't do the damn rolling of the R's. So frustrating. It's just so bad.
This Enemy Mine?
That Enemy Mine. I figured we talked about this before. This is solid. The fact that Dennis Quaid actually produced a good film that he was in is amazing. Anyway,
produced.
In fairness, it's okay. He's fine.
Okay.
Inner Space was delightful. One of the very few actors I've ever seen.
That is true. Inner Space is true.
Inner Space was great, except for Martin Short. Yes.
That's new.
You can't have everything, Trent.
It is always a pleasure, though, to have Trent with us, and thank you, Trent. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Tanton handles things today, as House Kenneth may be.
You may regret saying that.
Well, House Kenneth may be. Yeah, there may be things.
Now I'm drinking. By the way, Jamaica, which is
Gesundheit.
I'm sorry. What is Jamaica?
Jamaica is sort of a hibiscus aqua fresca.
Oh.
I have a lot of feelings about that because the fruit that makes that grows naturally here in Trinidad.
Really?
Nice.
I have a tree in my front yard, actually.
See, this is how
My
people
mom has
deal.
a tree. It's not mine, but yes.
Well,
He just goes out, here's a fruit, and I'm going to squeeze it and make it now here in front of you. Like, like.
This is how people feel when I tell them I have an avocado tree in my backyard.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's that mixture of jealousy and envy.
not
and-
jealousy.
Yes.
I have snow in my yard.
Well, listen.
Piles of snow.
Also
Marie,
jealous
You
of
can
that.
keep that.
Okay,
You
yeah.
can keep
You-
that. You
Yeah.
are fine by yourself in that regard, Marie.
Marie, you've got a baker on call. Come on.
Yeah, seriously.
Sorry,
Non-called baker.
sorry.
It is a great pleasure to have
True.
Trent on this. It's also a pleasure to have the aforementioned Marie Bilodeau with us. Good to see you, Marie. I hope all is well with you. And how is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing today?
Life is very good. Currently, Carrie is upstairs making some pain, as we were speaking earlier, so some bread for.
Of
you
course.
know, not the pain kind. Honey oat, I believe, is on the menu tonight. So, is that good or bad?
Well-
Trent, did I hurt? Yeah,
That was a good
it's
sound.
one of her like best too. It's so good.
If it was bad, I would have sounded like a dog about to throw up. I did not.
Okay, I'll know for next time. Making note. Yeah, so everything is good here. It is very exciting. I don't have any. We have a lot of snow, and there's bread. This is all you need to know about my life
Hey.
right now. And I have cats. And they're warm. And I am
and
playing.
marshmallowy.
They are. He oozes too. Guimauve. He has no bones, so he is a marshmallow. Yeah, it's lovely. And I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar College of Swords bard. So I like to sing. I like to stab. I am excited about going to. Well, excited might not be the right word, but a flying fortress sounds pretty fun.
Yes.
So looking forward to that. And I'm having a good time traveling with my friends and my sister, played by Jen, and also our new friend Rowan, who I'm sure will absolutely not get us into any more trouble than we already are in. So this is gonna be great.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be great. And I was furiously typing just at the very end of this because I don't know if you all noticed, but a very significant moment has happened in chat, which is that the Rising Tides has brought forward an excellent, outstanding joke to the chat in which he said, so you could say that she is, quote, bringing the pain or the pain. Now, this is the person who repeatedly boos me for my love of puns, literally boo in all caps in chat. And so I am so pleased that this, and he said, I am so ashamed. And I pointed out, you've taken your first steps into a larger world. So I think, I congratulations. Welcome to our side. You've now spent enough time with us that you've lost control of your ability to resist the puns. Anyway, that was why. But I am very happy as always to have Marie with us and very excited to see how Mérimée handles things with this ship fortress thing.
It's gonna be great.
It'll be great. Yeah,
Nothing can go wrong.
Military people are always the best, right?
Although
absolutely,
we
yeah.
become sky pirates.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then we could call it Eberron and the World of Tomorrow, the Sky Pirates.
There
the
you
World of
go.
Tomorrow,
There you
whatever
go.
it is,
Yes,
right? You know.
yes.
Um,
Sky Captain. Sky Captain.
Sky Captain. Yeah, I was like, what? Anyway, yes. But always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also a pleasure to have the aforementioned Brandon O'Brien with us, who is, again, the fifth person. The surprise was revealed last week in the opening of season 3 of Oracle of War. And I am very excited because we are also working on character art, chat. There is character art that is being worked on as we speak. So you'll be seeing some of that character art soon and all that stuff. So it's going to be awesome. And Brandon, of course, is super busy around these parts because Brandon got done with the recording of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, which, again, I was told on good authority came out super well, but you'll have to tell me if that's true, Brandon. Plus, Brandon's working on the Grey Shade TTRPG. Plus, Brandon was streaming himself the other day before we actually came on. So Brandon is all over the place here. He's in Court of Blades. He's just, it's amazing. Brandon, how have you been, my friend? How's life in the universe with you? Can you explain who you're playing today? And can you confirm that you have now become a punster to join the rest of us?
I cannot confirm I can neither confirm nor deny all of the all of the reports of me being fond of puns have been greatly exaggerated. Um, so I find it very interesting that you open with how busy I am, because the other day, like literally last night, as we had finished recording the finale of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, which I'm so very excited for people to hear because it was so rad, I paused to count all of the actual play things that I am presently in, and I think I'm playing 4 games at the moment.
Wow.
I am now here. Court of Blades is still happening. Obviously, the Strange Friends are planning to do a thing at some point in the future, but I didn't count that because we haven't figured out what that is yet. I'm in the faction game for a wonderful podcast called Elder County, Tennessee, which is part of the Room Where It Happened podcast, which is almost done, but we're still engaging in lots of shenanigans. Suffice it to say that we engaged in anti-capitalist warfare against a corporation full of demons, and it was lots of fun. But also, literally tomorrow, I'm going to be playing in the premiere of another campaign over on the Initiative Order Twitch channel.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting a campaign of the Power Rangers RPG, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And I'm very excited for that.
Which
but then
ranger?
That means that
Which ranger, though?
I'm going to be playing the Pink Ranger.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, I'm very excited for all of this. But then I was like, God, I'm doing so many things. I just recorded Fractal Spire. I'm here for IB now. That Fractal Spire episode is going live tomorrow night. I'm gonna be in a game on Monday, and then Tuesday is my mom's birthday. So I'm not sleeping very well.
Oh, no.
But I'm very excited for all of the things. I'm very glad to be able to join you all. Rowan Shallow has your best interests in mind. But yes, as for everyone else, I am Brandon O'Brien, pronouns he, him, or they, them. Writer, poet, game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. As previously mentioned, I will be working on the Grey Shade RPG. Very excited to show you all what that's looking like very much in the future. If you haven't read our Faith Mechanic Breakdown on Kickstarter, please check that out, because that's the part that I'm really, really excited about fleshing out more. So definitely check that out as well. And if you don't have the book yet, fix that, please.
Love that book. Love to hear these things.
And I'm playing Rowan Shallow, who has a gun, and the gun does things.
The gun does indeed do things. Yes, you're going to hear more about that coming soon, TM. But always a pleasure to have Brandon with us and joining us as part of the regular crew. Not a member of King's Citadel. We will see if or when. Yeah, right. Nobody can know. Nobody in the audience can know.
You know, it'd be kind of hilarious if we continue this entire campaign and I'm never a member of the King's
You're never actually a member.
I'm just a tag along for the rest of the series. It'd be hilarious.
You're like in every sitcom ever where it's like starring blah 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 blah, and then the last is with Rowan Shallow. Like at the end, it's like yeah. But actually, did you know that in the Mission Impossible television show, Martin Landau, who played basically the actor, the face, basically the guy who always could like perform a million parts or whatever, was not actually credited as a star until season 2. So all of season 1, even though he was in like 90% of the episodes, it was always like guest starring Martin Landau, guest starring. And then finally they were just like, we're just going to put him in the credits. Like, because he wasn't sure. And then they got midway through first season. He's like, yeah, I think I'd like to be in this for a while, and so they were like, all right. So yeah, that's where we're at. Rowan will join the King Citadel.
Thank you for comparing me to Martin Landau. That's the one compliment I will never forget for the rest of my life.
Yeah, listen, I believe this absolutely, because Rowan is like Martin Landau's character, completely believable and trustworthy in every respect. So always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Also a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen, it's good to see you. How is life in the universe treating you? Everyone get ready. Remember the game here, which is that you drink hopefully just water, not alcohol, so you can survive this show every time a cat touches Jen's shoulder for attention. So just get ready for that, chat. You'll see the paw come out of frame, and it's always very cute. Jen, how are you doing?
Pharaoh has just literally shown up and is currently flirting with me
Right.
to come say hello.
Ready for the close up, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Jen? And who are you playing in today's session?
I'm doing well. The weather here in the Pacific Northwest has been exciting. It was raining, then sleeting, then raining, then snowing, like actual snow,
Wow.
and then sunny. And we're back to rain. And we have a cat.
That was great. I wasn't looking, so I just heard back to rain. Meow. It's like, okay.
This is Pharaoh. This is my old boy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I am working on various projects for various people, including myself. I'm even working on my own project right now, which is nice. And I have a couple of things in the wings, so we shall see which one actually touches down first. Otherwise, I am playing Nisiana Di Jurasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. And she's dragon marked like Mia Tantan is, except hers is steadily growing into a circlet around her forehead as she gets more and more power. And I like to say this group is not subtle, because we're not.
What?
So you've decided to go with the werebat thing.
Nope, not werebat.
But you said you had stuff in the wings.
Yes, that was Jennifer having stuff in the wings.
Okay.
Wow, Jen's going to be a werebat? Oh my God. That's crazy.
You know, if I were going to be a werebat, I could probably make a lot of money, or somebody would want to dissect me, and that would not be a lot of fun.
No, that wouldn't be good. That's no good.
So let's not do that.
Or neither.
That's about it for me right now, because I've completely lost track. I have a cat, and I'm being teased, and it is all is right in the world.
It is always a pleasure to have Jen with us. You should check out all of Jen's writing and so forth. We have linked this before on the channel. We'll continue to do so. And so you should check out Jen's work in all sorts of different arenas and genres and things of that nature. I am looking forward to seeing how Nisiana handles things today. I'm also looking forward to have one Mr. John Helfers manages things today as we continue on. John, it's good to see you. How is life in the universe with you? And who are you playing today?
It is good. It is good. Good to be here. Back-to-back episodes, always fun. So this is the first time I got to watch the opening video for season 3, and it was very impressive. I was thrilled to see Ilarion both in their covert mode and then all decked out in the armor and everything. That was
Gandalf
awesome.
the White mode, basically, right?
Exactly. And then I loved Arf sitting there all Master of Secrets. Little shot there was excellent too. So good stuff. Very well done. Kudos to everyone involved in producing that. It was really nice.
Yep, Peripheral Media and also Chrono Wolf with the music that we've had. The music has been consistent across the show, but the video has been different. So for every season.
Very good stuff. So yes, I'm working with everyone on this stream in various ways and sundry and all that fun stuff. And I am currently mostly the executive editor for Catalyst Game Labs, which produces BattleTech fiction, Shadowrun fiction, but also the games, Leviathan fiction and the game, et cetera, et cetera. We're gearing up for our next Kickstarter for BattleTech, which is going to be a big deal, a very big deal, which is going to be launching live at Adepticon in Schaumburg, Illinois at the end of March. So that's a lot of prep for that, but the excitement is building. So pretty thrilled about that. Otherwise I'm playing Ilarion, the Star-Forged, Warforged Aegis. That's a mouthful. Basically the shield, tank, the sword and shield, sword and board, and the guy who hopefully won't drop as fast as they have been previously, thanks to the feat I took at last level. So we'll see. We'll see. And yes, as I posted in Twitter, our first order of business to go visit the floating military thing in the sky. What could possibly go wrong?
Yes, I am excited for that. I was just thinking about military fortress in the sky. I was thinking about how
thrilled, just totally thrilled.
It's going to be good times, and I'm excited to have the Infinity and Beyond crew with me. And with that said, let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. And to do this, let's head over to the map to see what we can see. And I'm going to fire up a little bit of music here in Roll20. In our last session, the party had the chance to talk a little bit about what they did right before leaving Sharn. There were some meetings with mentors, with House representatives, and with a few other folks of interest before departing Sharn and taking the lightning rail accompanying Sky Blue up to Salvation, returning to Salvation. The party was going there for several reasons. Number one, because Sky Blue believed that her father had come to Salvation, and because of Sky Blue's relevance to the Draconic Prophecy, it was suggested by Flamewind that the party at the King's Citadel should head back with her. Also, frankly, secondly, getting the Oracle of War out of Dodge now that they've been able to determine some aspects of it, important aspects, including who the creator of the Oracle of War might be, seemed like a wise decision. Although originally the thought had been, let's bring it to Sharn where we can get information about it. Now the thought was, now you got the information, and you people seem to be the only ones who can keep it vaguely safe. And so, therefore, the King's Citadel has returned with it back to Salvation, accompanied, of course, by Hilar Brissal. There they found that Salvation has changed, that Salvation is not exactly as it was. For one thing, it has become much more of a bustling, almost a market town now than it was when they left some time ago, and that is because of the arrival of a number of military operatives and military divisions, because, as you will no doubt note, chat, by looking there on your window, it is very near the border of Thrain, and Brayland and Thrain are right now very much on the edge of war. There have been examples of this based on spy interactions and things like this before, and while the King's Citadel has been able to thwart outright war to this point, tensions have risen, and obviously there are dark forces both sides that seem to be pushing this a little bit, including things such as the Emerald Claw, which has a connection, of course, with Thrain and elsewhere. And so the party has that to deal with, the King's Citadel has that to deal with, which is this question of war, and this floating massive fortress, Argonth, which is from Brayland, currently is moored above Salvation. That does mean that Salvation is pretty safe from a bunch of random bandits or things attacking. You're not going to see that happening again. But it also means that the town's character has somewhat changed. Not that the town is under occupation. That is not the case. And in fact, the town has gotten a little bit of help with rebuilding after the attack upon the town before the King's Citadel left to go to Sharn. But nonetheless, it is much different than the sort of sleepy prospecting town, which Salvation was, always right on the edge of the gray. The party, once they arrived there, had the chance, most importantly in our last session, I think, to be able to run into someone new. Someone that was new at least to 3 of the members, but not the 4th. In the Grey Beyond, the tavern there was a throwdown going on between Rowan Shallow and Snug, the large orc who accused Rowan Shallow of cheating at cards, which of course I'm sure is something Rowan would never have done under any circumstances. But what they discovered was that actually Rowan and Tanton know each other, and that Tanton may or may not be here in part because of a series of events that may have occurred relating to Rowan and things like this. So they are connected with each other, and now the party, the rest of the King's Citadel, has taken to referring to Rowan as Tanton's friend, which is Tanton is a little bit uncertain about, like that's not really what I said. But Rowan also asked Tanton to help basically make adjustments to what has been revealed to be a prosthetic arm which may or may not have been worked on by someone who may be connected with Tanton, one said archly. And so they were working on that while Merime and Alarian and Nisiana had the chance to meet with the nephew of the creator of the Oracle of War, if this is all to be believed. The nephew, whose name is Telerik Natharin, told them of Solring Moranin. Again, I've struggled with that last name because it's very hard to say. Solring Moranin, who is responsible for making it. Telerak doesn't know if his uncle is dead or captured, but wants the King's Citadel to find him, and that works out real well because the King's Citadel would love to find the creator of the Oracle of War to find out what the hell's going on with this device. And of course, there is always the ever-present threat of the Lord of Blades. Somewhere out there, this is where they got the Oracle of War in the first place, stealing it from under the Lord of Blades very nose, you might say. And so the party has that to contend with. So there's a lot going on, chat, is basically what I'm saying. And at the very end of our session, in our last session, the very end of the session, the party was summoned through the messenger known as Big Bara, a massive warforged, even larger than Alarian, to come and speak to Elaine Ironic. Captain Elaine Ironic, who is running right now, is the head of the divisions that power Argonth, that are flying on that flying fortress. And Hilar asked the party to go and see what was needed, because although the King's Citadel does not answer to the Braelish military, it is true that they are all technically on the same side, and they really need to know what exactly is going on with how do they even know that the party is here and all that kind of good stuff, and what exactly could they want from them. And so the party was heading in that direction, picking up Rowan and Tanton, I believe, on the way, as they headed on their way to Argonth. And so as we bring ourselves here to the present, I'm going to start us by talking a little bit here about the sort of ramp that leads up, which is basically this long ramp that leads up to a tower that has been assembled clearly. And it's basically a tower with more or less a set of ladders, although staggered, not one long ladder, but actually ladder on one side, then there's a platform, ladder on the left side, platform, ladder on the rear side, platform, and so on. Merime, you know that this is a consequence of typical military procedure in Brayland, which is to make it so that if anyone were to take out one ladder, only the person on that ladder would be likely to die, as opposed to losing all of them in one great fell swoop. And so it's usually designed, though, and I mention this to you only because it's usually designed to be assembled and taken down quickly, which may or may not suggest something to you, but it definitely is something which is like a field tower as opposed to a more permanent structure. Nonetheless, it is sturdy, and it makes its way all the way up to the very top of the tower, where it leads into, with a small little ramp, the bottom of the fortress. And the Argonth, again, is enormous. It is a huge thing which is powered largely through a combination of steam and also elemental magic, trapped elemental magic, very much like the lightning rails are. And so it is wind elementals that this uses. And so sustained on the power of the wind elementals plus steam, this fortress remains. It is very sturdy, it is very stable, and it is designed to be able to wipe out small towns and to do some serious damage to cities from a distance, pummeling them with long-range cannons, ballistas, and the like. It was, and it is really, the flagship of the Braelish Air Force, and it has been renovated and fixed and all that since the last war. But it's important to note that it is not something you send for just like, oh, let's just, send the Argonth. Like, if you send the Argonth, like, that's a big deal. And so it's interesting that it's been brought to the space. So with all of that sort of going into your mind, you are led under military guard, and they bring you all, and in fact, including Rowan, they do not ask yet about any IDs from anyone because you are, there. You are brought into a huge war room, and this is basically near what you would assume is the bridge of the Argonth. It is dominated by a brass table, and on the brass table there is a scaled topographic map of Brayland which has been laid out. A middle-aged soldier in dress uniform is standing before a window overlooking Salvation and the gray fog bank that borders the Mournland. And I actually have a picture of this person. If you will bear with me for just one moment, I will show you who he is. Show them what you do, random task. So give me just 1 second.
Who throws a shoe, honestly?
I love that line. Okay, there we go. Lovely. All right, and let me save that as right in, not there. This was supposed to be already here, but it wasn't. Okay, and then that one, yes, Parliament of Gears. Yep. Okay. Right. All right. So it's going to be coming on stream here in just a moment. You'll be able to see him right
Apparently, he's doing something with cutlery.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that the main impediment to Greg
Right
finding
now.
this picture is eating cake.
Yeah, exactly. That was really the key. There we go.
Okay.
So so this
I've
is him.
seen him
Wow.
before.
And he, when he sees you come into the room, you see also that Big Bara, the enormous Warforged, is also standing sort of off to the side of the room. And she, I'm going to mention this since we were talking about Boba Fett earlier in the green room. She does the Boba Fett, you know, the respectful nod from the side of the room as you walk in. And Captain Ironic strides forward and holds out his hand. And I guess the person, I don't know who would be in front, but any of you, I guess. He basically, you know, offers his hand to shake your hand in turn. So unless anyone wants to be like, no, you know, so unless you don't want to do that. Yeah, exactly. Get out of my face.
Tanton's busy.
Say again. Yeah, go ahead, Tanton.
Tanton's busy.
Okay.
He's not.
So he shakes the hand of Merime and Ilarion and Nisiana, and then Rowan. As he shakes your hand, Rowan, and then he kind of gives you this, like, sort of this momentary, as if he's trying to calculate who is this, and then, you know, sort of doesn't say anything yet, and then goes over to shake Tanton's hand and sees that Tanton is still working on something, and he says, "Ah, yes, this must be Tanton de Cannith. I had heard something of him," and and he he says, "I am
This
Captain."
Banner.
And he looks down and he says, "What a magnificent invention! This is yours, I assume, then, Tanton."
No, thank you. I ate already.
So he kind of looks over and then he kind of nods and he says, "Occupied with work, understandable. I suppose someone who can make something like this you would expect no less. I am Captain, as you may have heard, Elaine Iranek. I am sorry that you have been summoned so suddenly, but we have desperate need of you, and I have heard something of you." And he then says to the guards that are sort of waiting at the door, he says, "Would you leave us, please, just outside? We won't need you in here. Tell them that I want the ship ready to move if needed." And they nod. They go out and they close the door. So the only one that's left is just him and Big Bara. And Captain Ironic says, "This is my chief military scout, Bara, the head of Bara's Breakers. And you may have heard of what she and the rest of the Breakers were able to do. But I rely on them, and the information they have brought back is troubling. It's the reason that I wanted her to be here. I can tell you that she and I are both aware of what and who you are. I know Hilar Brissal in particular quite well. I've worked with Hilar on previous occasions, and he is a good man, someone that is perhaps the most trustworthy in Brayland. If he and you are part of the group that I believe you are, then you are most welcome." And his eyes kind of flicker to each of you. Go ahead, Mermaid. You look like you're going to say something.
As soon as it flickers to me, I said, "We're here to help. That's the kind of people we are." And then I just kind of, you know, in a way of like, don't mention anything. We're just here to help. Like.
And he stops and he says, so he looks over and then his eyes flicker to Rowan. He says, "Yes, I was given the information there were 4 of you. 4 and a spanner, of course. May I ask," and he goes over to you and he says, "I know these other 4, but I don't know that I know you," he says to you, Rowan.
I shake his hand again and say, "I'm an intern of sorts. It does not particularly matter who I am. I am here to lend assistance to these 4 in their escapades. So don't mind me. Continue briefing them as you would. I'm just here to take minor notes and prepare for whatever it is you need."
And Bara says from her position, "We weren't told there would be anyone additional, and if there is someone additional, we don't know whether they would make security clearance." And as before, when you encountered Bara, Mermaid, Ilarion, and Nisiana back at the, and Tanton, I guess, back at Hilar's place, Oh no, that's right. You weren't. You were over there. So Merime, Alarion, and Nisiana. Bara always has this look of like staring through you. It seems like, so just kind of this, staring look, and so she
We
kind
have
of
an
looks at you.
Illyrian who does that too, so we're not phased.
That's true.
Yeah.
And Illyrian glides forward slightly and says, we will vouch for him. If he is with us, then he is included in the meeting and will be privy to all that is revealed here. We will ensure that Mr. Shallow will keep that information, whatever is revealed here, to himself. Have our word.
And
I just give 2 thumbs up right.
Well, one thumbs up.
One thumb up.
oh, that's right.
Yes, one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have the other one.
You try to do the other one, and you're like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, I actually raised my hand. I was like, oh, yeah.
So you do that, and so Bara is. I still think this is not the best idea, Captain. It seems to me, and Captain Elaine holds up a hand and says, never mind, Bara. If they say that they trust this Mr. Shallow, then we will trust him the same way. We know that there are things that we're not supposed to... You know that this group functions differently, yes? And Bara is still kind of staring. Yes. Very well. Then we must accept what they do in a different sort of way. And besides, they may need all the help they can get.
And you called us, and we're here to help again. So.
And he nods. He said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I should get directly to the point." And he turns around and he says, he kind of gestures to the gray swirling out of the windows of this room.
Which does have to be a pretty damn impressive view, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing about it is, too, there is just the... Actually, everybody make a perception check for me, please. Tanton, do this at disadvantage.
Always.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'll move that picture.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Larry with 17, Merime with
Nice,
a 22.
Ooh,
Natural 20.
natural 20.
Whole ship goes
Wow.
wireframe. Wow.
Apparently,
Wow. And a crit 20 for... Everyone's like hyper aware. Tanton's like, woo-doo.
We can see through the
he
gray.
doesn't have to be perceptive. That's his job.
That's
to
right.
Be whatever he is.
That is absolutely right. Well, all of you can perceive, and especially Rowan and Merime can epically perceive. So the ship is rock solid stable. In fact, if you didn't know that you would just climb this tower to get to it, you wouldn't know that it was being held aloft at all. You would just think that it was on the ground or something. But there is a low and consistent humming underneath, a kind of thrumming you can almost feel vibrating up your feet and just into your lower legs. Nothing that's like a kind of, like it's going to break, but just a like the awesome power of this ship is felt everywhere. And even in the floorboards, you can kind of feel it coming up into your legs. So it's an impressive structure for sure. And impressive in part because of how stable it is. And so Elaine says, looking out at the gray, he says, I know that you all have had experience in the morning and know something about the gray, that you've been in and out of it before and survived it, and that makes you valuable on its own beyond your other talents. So you will know then that the Mournland is home to organized units of renegade warforged. These used to be legends. We used to hear only that they existed as a theory, as an idea from people half-crazed wandering out of the gray. But we have now had objective proof, because one of these groups of warforged that are supposedly under the control of someone styling himself the Lord of Blades has recently been raiding outposts along the border and taking captives. This is a different status for them. It used to be that those who came back with stories explained that they had stumbled into some place they shouldn't have been. Their vision warped, their hearing twisted and corrupted in some way, and that they had discovered these warforged claiming the need for freedom and following someone with almost a cult-like zeal and desire to serve. Again, we dismissed most of these, but we cannot dismiss the captures, and we've now had proof on the side of the border opposite the Grey, not inside it, that there are in fact people who have been, and they are warforged, who have been capturing people from the borders. The latest one happened with Bara herself, Bara's Breakers, and happened at a homestead, and this is the problem, south of Salvation, not in the Mournland, but outside of it. And there's a pause, and he kind of looks over at Bara, and Bara says, "It is true. These warforged raiders are coordinated and organized and well equipped. And despite what we could not stop them from doing what they wished. Warforged can be quite efficient." And Captain Aranik kind of nods and says, "The problem, of course, is that we are occupied on multiple levels. First, we are providing a message to other countries that we are prepared and ready to defend the nation of Brayland. And our mission here was to be able to send that message while also doing some reconnaissance. If I try to get the ship moving right now, send it directly into the Grey, first of all, my orders don't give me parameters to go into the Grey with this entire ship. But even if it did, it would be not only leaving Salvation, but this whole area of the border undefended. If, for example, the Warforged are working with Thrain, if they are working with one of the organizations within Thrain even, it means that this could be a feint, an attempt to draw us off while they, unmolested and unchallenged, walk right over the border into Brayland. And we can't allow this to happen. So, we need someone with experience, knowledge, and skill to be able to go and track them down. These Warforged raiders have to be stopped, and we need the captives rescued. No one knows the Mournland better than you, from what I've been told. You have come highly recommended, and we will do what we can to support you. I know that I don't have direct authority over you." And he keeps like pausing, like, you know, when he says stuff like that, direct authority. "But I also know that this is something which I have no doubt Hilar Brissal would be in favor of, and you could check it with him if you wish. Moreover, I think you might gather some information that would be of value to you, as I understand this may not be the first time you have encountered Warforged working for the Lord of Blades."
Nope, and they sucked.
And he nods, he says, "I had heard as much." And he sort of pauses and then steps back and says, "I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but we could use your help."
How?
Did you say how? Like,
Mhm.
okay, I mean, he says, "How can you help?"
And
No.
I actually look at him too.
No, how did you hear?
"Ah, I have spoken to Hilar Brissal because our collective superiors have asked for us to be in coordination with each other. I am," and he kind of pauses again, "I am privy to information regarding your status." And he does this and sort of eyes flicker over to Rowan again. And he's like, "Your status. And we were told that coordinating will be of necessity here. I should note that no one under my command, with the exception of Bara here, knows anything associated with this mission that I'm giving you or asking you to help with, nor do they know anything more about you than simply you were asked to come here."
Which does give a little something away, you have to admit. Not the most subtle movement ever.
He shrugs, "Perhaps, but then I must admit that we do not ourselves command subtlety here." And he kind of like
Oh,
gestures to the size of the ship.
Hmm.
Or
that
so
much was
subtle.
evidence in the invitation.
He nods and he looks over at Bara, and Bara just, you know,
Can we hear more about what happened between Bara and the Warforged? The Bara's Breakers? What happened? Who was taken? Who, you know, that stuff.
Bara says, when we found them, We got there when they were already leaving with their captives. We saw a few of them bound. We know that there was probably one dwarf and several humans among them, and perhaps a halfling, although we were not sure about that last point. When we arrived there and saw them, we hurried forward, but it was a war-forged raiding party that was intensely and immensely strong. At least 20 of them that we saw, all warriors having taken these over. I could have ordered my people to attack them, and I did consider it. But we are a scouting party. Our job is to do reconnaissance, not necessarily rescue. And I had a feeling we would be outgunned and would not have arrived back to warn them of actual evidence. The other thing was that it was clear that the Warforged had not killed any of them. When we investigated the outpost later on, it was revealed, in fact, that all of them had been taken and bound, but that none of them were killed or, from what we could tell, even injured. They were bound and brought for what purpose we cannot say. But we did manage to land one thing in our favor, and he sort of, and Big Barashi looks over at Argonth, and Argonth nods, and he produces a small wooden box, and there is a compass dial that's mounted on top of it. And he says, "This is a direction box." Now, I don't think any of you would know what this is, with the possible exception of Tanton, who might. This is, you think, Tanton, a direction box. It's a box which is essentially a homing device. It's designed to, it's keyed, if you will, to one particular thing, which is then put on the person of someone else, and then this thing is used to sort of attach to the tracking. And Bara says, "I was able to attach the companion to this device to one of the raiders, only at the very end and only with a crossbow shot and just before they got into the gray. The problem is that the range is short. And, moreover, well, the gray is... it does things." And as you look at it, you can see that the compass dial is kind of like... it's sort of pointing in one direction, but it's kind of like quivering slightly. And it's not spinning, but it's moving like sort of left and right a little bit, as if it's struggling to hone in on whatever is on the other end of it. And so... Bara says, "This at least gives us something to work with, and that's more than we had in the previous raids." And Captain Aranik nods and says, "Of course, you would get this wooden box, and moreover, you'd be able to use it perhaps to track down your quarry."
A party of 20 Warforged, we will need more than just us if we are to undertake this mission.
Well, but
What
here's
forces do you have available?
He sighs heavily and he says, "The other problem, and perhaps benefit, is I don't have others that I can offer to this. Resources are enormously tight, and at the moment I am busy with preparing for the war brewing with Thrain. I have been told that those preparations must take priority. I am afraid that Salvation itself may be a prime target for the next Warforged raid. The border outpost raids worked upwards from the south all along the border of the Grey until, as I said, this place not far south of Salvation just a few days ago. And so we are, if you will, the only shield that exists between the Lord of Blades, if that is who's responsible, and what this outpost and the rest of Brayland is. However, I don't need you to defeat the raiders. In fact, I prefer that you not try. I need you to rescue these captives, get them out, and then give us whatever information you can about what you've discovered about them. Then we can assemble a full war party, go after where they are, and do what is necessary. But if I send out parties based on speculation and on assumptions, then I'm going to have weakened the military in a way that my superiors will not appreciate. I was told that you are the ones that are sent when others may not. And so it seemed like this was the sort of task you'd be well suited to do."
Well, I'm glad you didn't say we had to be subtle about it.
What exactly, Captain, are your orders for your posting here?
1, to harden the town against attack. 2, to train and prepare my soldiers for attacks which might come from multiple directions. And 3, to be ready at a moment's notice to launch a strike, if needed, into other countries, including Thrain. I do not wish this last one, and I don't actually think my commanders want it either. We're here at the moment purely as a defensive measure, but my superiors also want us to be ready. If need be, we must turn shield to sword, and do so swiftly.
Agreed. Have you considered perhaps forming a local militia of the townspeople?
In fact, I've been told already that there was such a thing forming. Apparently, the sheriff here in town, someone named Whist, has been gradually assembling the people into some kind of an unofficial militia. They are not military grade, but I can tell that they're brave people, and brave people with some knowledge of the land.
Indeed. Some military coordination, even if it's just a minimum of training, would go a long way. I suggest you perhaps send someone, and their eyes flicker towards Bera, as a liaison between your force and the town.
That, in fact, has already been done. Bera has spoken to Whist, and Bera nods and says, Whist seems like a sensible and competent officer of the law here, but I don't know whether we can harden these recruits enough to make them military ready. And the captain says, Bara is concerned about risking civilians on a military mission. I am concerned about not putting innocent civilians at risk by fear of not being willing to use what expertise we have. That is why, although Bara has misgivings as well, I asked you to come. You are, I think it's fair to say, not standard procedure, but that's exactly why you're best for something like this.
I was only speaking of the town militia in terms of defense of Salvation, not to go into the gray.
He nods and he says, yes. Also something that I think you might wish to know, and it's something I haven't been able to look more into. Someone, and I don't know who, it's not my people, have been setting up other defenses outside the town that seem, for want of a better term, like improvised traps, hidden pits, concealed in the ground very cunningly, spring-loaded bolts set at entry points into the village, into the town, places where the villagers would not be likely to go, but places where someone that did not know Salvation well might be likely to stray. As I say, I'm not responsible for this, and it's not the way we usually operate. But apparently someone else is interested in defending Salvation besides Whist or me.
We'll take that under advisement and keep an eye out in case we happen to spot any mysterious vigilantes protecting the town.
He also says, I also wish to say, I am aware that not all feel the same way about a military's presence, and I would not ask anyone to serve that did not wish to do so otherwise. I am asking this as a favor. I can't command it, but I think, given your knowledge and experience, that there may also be information that you could gather for your own activities. I know nothing of those, only that you have come back to Salvation, and I must assume come back for good reason. I would suspect that your reasons may be also benefited if you're able to aid us. But again, I cannot demand it of you.
We will need to discuss it among ourselves and Halar, Brazil. But I think you'll have our answer. They kind of glance at the rest of the group shortly.
He nods and he says, that is all I can ask. I would, though, ask that you, as a part of this, that you not take too long, for again, I don't know how much longer this device will stay within range with the other end of it. Who knows whether the Mournland would improve it, destroy it, do something entirely different to it. It's unpredictable, as you know. But it is the best lead that we've had.
I'll ping. I'm gonna ping Alarian. And say, Halara already seemed to think that we should help. So if we want to go help those people, and I'll bring in Tent and
open the channel to the 4.
Yeah, to the 4. I'll keep Rowan out though, because hi, Rowan.
Well,
Yeah, and I'll
Not
be
yet, Rowan.
yeah.
You haven't earned your stripes.
Do you ever have facial expressions of this, the 4 of you, where you're just like, right? Like while Rowan's just like, what is going on?
Fortunately, I have no facial expression, so
That's
it's never
true.
an issue
Hilarious,
for
right? It
Hilarion.
doesn't make any difference for you. That's true.
Exactly. The eyes might spark a little brighter, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Whereas Nisian is like,
And then we both burst out laughing at the same time.
Right. Everyone stares at Rowan repeatedly. Oh,
So once the channel's open among the 4 of us, Alarion will say, I am inclined to assist since there are hostages that are involved in this no fault of their own, and plus we need to find out why the Lord of Blades and its minions wish to carry these. What are they doing with them? Is it sacrifice? Is it something with the Emerald Claw? But I wanted to make sure that everyone was aligned in the same direction before we give our answer. But I am comfortable giving it now if we are all in agreement.
I feel like there's a bit of a countdown for those people, especially if this tracker will only work a certain amount of time.
I agree. And if they're somehow working with like the Emerald Claw, those people are sacrifices for anybody else. And you never know with the Lord of Blades. He may be making alliances.
So we're agreed?
Yes, and we did get the Oracle of War from them after all, or at least near them, so it might be a part of our mission regardless. I'd say yes, personally.
Anton?
Yes.
Okay.
You're agreeing, or you're acknowledging that we said your name?
I agree.
Thank you. And then, yes, the good thing is this is all happening at the speed of thought, so it's actually relatively quick. And then Alarion straightens in terms of the captain. We will accept the mission.
Very well. I am relieved. In addition to this box, of course, I can tell you that we will be overlooking your passage into the Grey. Once there, even our ship will not be able to track you. But at least anyone attempting to get the drop on you won't do so while you are heading towards the Mournland. Inside it, of course, and he kind of shakes his head, there's little that I can say beyond that. But thank you, and please be safe within that region. I have only been there myself once, and it was a foul memory. I do not envy you the trip.
Zombies. Lots of zombies.
I need so much necromancy, so much gore.
Brandon, did you have a question?
Rowan clears his throat and slowly advances towards Iranic and says, excuse me, didn't want to cut off the very urgent planning, but I did have one aside of a question, if I'm permitted.
Indeed.
Why salvation?
You mean why salvation for the attack or our placement?
Why, yes. Why in particular are you stationed here? I'm sure there is some strategic value to this territory in relation to Thrain and all that, but also suffice it to say that people live here, people who are accustomed to war and not accustomed to fighting back in it. I just wanted to get a sense of what you plan to give back to this space, if that makes sense.
Well, salvation itself, though I cannot claim to have been here for long, but salvation itself is unusual in that it is the closest settlement to the Mournland. What you and your people call the Grey, well, no one else is willing to live this close to it. The fact that you can see it right out that window is proof to the bravery of these people, and it's also proof to the strategic value of this place. And for some reason, salvation does seem to be a central focal point. I can say that we were told, perhaps only 2 weeks ago or so now, that salvation was going to be our destination. There was, and he kind of pauses and says, an attack upon this place. And the attack apparently had a specific target. That target is also of interest. And since the assumption is if an attack happens once, it is likely to happen again. So my superiors sent us here. It is the best place to both monitor Thrain and the Grey, and perhaps to be ready for when the next attack comes. We can help defend these people and get information on those attacking them. Beyond that, I don't know, but those are the orders I've received.
Noted. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from anyone? And they include the captain and Bara in that inquiry.
Yeah. I guess my only concern is if you do receive orders to leave Salvation quickly, are you leaving, aside from their own militia, are you leaving any protections for the city? Or are you taking, I noticed that your installation is ready to move at a moment's notice.
And he nods and says, I had heard of a military predilection among several of your members. Yes, this tower is designed to move quickly, as is this ship. We can be here, out, pulled up, and ready to go within a half hour. But if we are asked to leave here, I don't know if my superiors would tell us to pull up stakes, take all of our people, and go. But I will not come to a place, spend my time there, getting to know the inhabitants, having my people interact with the populace, and then abandon them. Regardless of what my superiors say, I would leave soldiers to try to protect them. And he kind of blinks, and you get the feeling, you sort of had this sense anyway, Maramé, but there are some that kind of have this sort of, military has all kinds of problems, frustrating, whatever, like you know this from your own experience. But there are also some who kind of over many, many years have built a sort of certainty about the way things ought to be, even from a moral point of view. And you get the impression that this is not someone who suffers fools gladly, even if the fools are his own commanders. And the fact that he's in charge of Argonth, which is, as I said, the flagship of the Braelish Air Forces, suggests something about his competence. You get the impression he's not kidding around. Now, how many he could leave and like what would you don't know, but you get the impression that he's serious when he says he would defend it with somebody.
So, thank you. I appreciate your answer.
He nods and he says, then may the great dragon be with you, and let us work together if we can. We will have you on overlook until you cross into the gray. From then, we hope your mission is completed as soon as possible. And if you are able to get word back to us somehow, please do so. But we understand that that may be an impossible suggestion.
We'll either return with the captives or something worse happened.
He nods slowly, and he says, then best of luck to you. And Bara sort of steps forward and again just nods at you. And if you wish, then you are free to go.
Yeah, we do.
Captain turns and is on his way out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ornisiana leaves. She looks at him and says, the Eberron guide your path as well.
and he sort of inclines his head respectfully at that. And you'll be happy to know that Dragonspear tells us that he can stay with you as the Great Dragon as long as you need. So apparently we're all set with great dragons. I'm sure this interworld
Cool.
crossover is 100% going to happen. So
That's what Eberron is. Eberron is a dimensional hub.
right. Yeah, that's fair enough. I just don't want
Let's not
Dragonsphere.
go Planescape on us here.
I just don't want to think. I don't want
Always
Dragonspear to think
serve the
he's a dimensional hub. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't want to get over.
Like all things serve the beam, all things serve the dragon Eberron.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay.
So the plane.
And Proxima's right. Return with your shield or on it. Well, thank you for the cheer, Dragonspear. I'm a good companion. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the cheer. I appreciate that. Okay, so now question for the party. Do you have any items that you want? We don't have to RP this part out, but do you have any items that you wish to get first? There are some more merchants in town, so they have a lot of basic equipment. Specialized equipment, maybe not so much, although you might have a better chance now than you would have had, 6 weeks ago, but...
When we were, I didn't actually mark it down, but I'm pretty sure we stopped and bought alchemist kits and herbalism kits.
Yes.
And
in Sharn, yeah.
All right.
Disguise
Like,
kit, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Alarian says that they have some people to see, and they need about an hour to do that, and then we could reconvene in front of Halar's place, and then if everyone's got everything else ready to go, we could go.
There is a thing that I need to get, but it is contingent on the arm being finished as well.
And
Alarian looks at
miraculously has that click and the hand.
Nice.
And he holds it back out.
I totally have in my head the image of Winter Soldier arm, like
Very much.
like with that. Yeah.
Is it done?
As much as it can be.
I click it back onto my elbow. I flick the gun out. Just kind of. I imagine that there is a latch that just kind of sticks right in the center of the wrist. And I just kind of let it twirl there for a little bit as if I were spinning it. And then
Now it spins both directions, by the way.
Nice. Thank you very much for this, and I put it back. This is going to be very useful as I hopefully pay you back in my assistance if you let me.
Have you been out to the Grey?
Suffice it to say that I've seen my way through it a couple of times. Well,
Have you run into zombies?
I've run into things that I can't fathom.
Well, you have to fathom them if you run into them.
Not if you're not looking at them.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yes. Noted. If
We don't always run away.
I am better equipped now than I was several months and years ago. I'd like to be of assistance if possible. I'm sure I'm not as adept as you all, but I think I have my own skills that I can bring to bear in a situation like that.
Can you tell us what those skills are? Because honestly, the last time we were in the Grey was not fun.
And those Warforged are deadly. We've met some of them before.
Well, it just so happens that one of those skills I've just regained, thanks to the thoughtfulness of our good friend Mia Tantin. And I bring the gun back out and shoot one round into the air, and Mage Hand is cast right above me.
Interesting trick.
Yeah, I couldn't do that before this, and now I can.
Wait, you have to shoot a gun to have Mage Hand?
And a couple of other things. The material of this prosthetic is kind of peculiar in ways that I'm still attempting to discover, but suffice it to say that it does allow me some magical properties that I did not typically have beforehand. So yes.
I look at Tantin.
Yeah, me too.
And he is just sort of scowling at the ground.
She pokes him.
What?
I don't understand. I mean, I know I don't understand, but his gun now is magical?
While this is happening, I'm poking Tantin with the mage hand.
I'm taking a step back from Tantin.
Yeah.
Just pushing Nisiana.
Tantin's own mage hand just appears, pulls a dagger from his belt, and starts pushing towards Rowan's eye, and is like, knock it off.
Okay. Done.
And
Tantin, are you going to be okay going into the gray? Is something bothering you?
oh, there are many things bothering me.
Do any of them pertain to this current mission?
Likely
If so-
all of them.
Well, perhaps you
Oh.
should be more forthcoming about it, because if this is going to be an issue, we'd rather deal with it now than later.
Not out here.
All right.
Fair. All right. Rowan Shallow, you said you had something contingent on your arm that you needed to purchase. You have the arm. I suggest you go make that purchase and meet us back at Pilar Bracell's house 1 hour. I will be there as well. The rest of you make whatever preparations you need. And with that, Valerian spins on his heel, with their heel, and glides off.
Okay. I would
They're tired of waiting.
let's talk about what Rowan is going to get, if Rowan wants to talk about it publicly. What Rowan is going to get, and then we'll cut back to Tantin, Merime, Larry, and Nisiana with Hilar, and Sky Blue, by the way. So, Rowan, what are you going to get if you want to talk about it?
So, guns need things necessarily ammunition. A gun is kind of useless without it, so I kind of need more bullets. We had previously discussed that we'd essentially make this pistol a light crossbow mechanically.
Yeah.
But I still need to buy rounds for it.
Yep.
But
probably things
also,
to craft rounds, right? Like
Yes.
essentially, yeah.
Suffice it to say that the bullets also essentially need to be attuned, so I'm counting that as a kind of crafting.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I need to find a place where I can find something that works like gunpowder but is not gunpowder for the purposes of this crafting and the other necessary tools.
You do have a place where you can get some of that stuff. And the place where you typically go is not kind of the main market. You know some of the salvage brokers, people like, for example, Bellalore, a goblin salvage broker that you're familiar with. There were others. You heard rumors that there was a really nasty one called Arulin Karnak who hasn't been seen in town for a while and stuff like that. But you also know that even in Salvation, there is a kind of a black market, kind of a off the sort of beaten path place. And that the person that you generally deal with is someone who is known to be, or at least the assumption is that they work on sort of another side of the law. And the name of this person is Zodar Tarnev, who is kind of the person that you go to when other people wouldn't necessarily have the equipment. So they do, in fact, have bullets and supplies and things like that. But when you go to your usual contact, Rowan, you notice that instead of your usual contact, who is one of Zodar Tarnev's people, Zodar Tarnev himself is there. Now, Zodar Tarnev, for the benefit of the player, is actually a shifter, and is a person who is kind of almost indeterminate age, like you would assume somewhere middle age, but it's hard to tell. He's been around town for a long time, and he has a group of people that are quite loyal to him. But you also know that his relationship with some of the people in the town has been a little bit tense at times. And certainly over the last 4 weeks, where everything has been thrown off, Zodor's status has been unusual. In fact, Zodor hasn't really been seen much at all. So when you come to the normal sort of rendezvous point where you're just supposed to get this stuff, and Zodor is waiting there, you're a little bit surprised, and Zodor says, "Ah, Rowan, I thought you were going to be coming this way. I heard a rumor that you're running with a different crew."
Sudor Tarnev, I don't see you do your own footwork nearly as often anymore. How have you been?
I've been busy, I think is best way to say it. I've been busy, and I've been trying to find my way around in this town, which has changed a little bit. I think you've noticed.
A little bit indeed. But you are correct. I am, in fact, moving with a different crew of folks lately. Experimenting with some returning faces. I might have more to say about that at some point in the future, but suffice it to say that we're still in the probationary phase. So, with that being said, I wanted to be equipped for a quick journey out of Salvation for a little bit. Just wanted to make sure that I can hold my own in a scuffle if things got heated.
So, you've got, and just to be clear about this, I know you don't like advertise it all over the place, but people would have seen the prosthetic arm on occasion, right, Rowan? Like, this is not something, okay. So, I just want to be sure. So he says, right, that suggests that you've gotten something set up and new. I may have something for you. You mind if I see what you're planning to load this into?
I just kind of wave the arm and go, suffice it to say that it works the way that you imagined that it would work, and yet needs some extra work besides.
Word is, it wasn't working so well not very long ago. I'm curious who fixed it.
A colleague, not fond of giving his name out on a regular basis, but a trustworthy hand, old hand from Salvation, in fact.
I'll bet. And he kind of nods and he says, well, I'm happy to sell you this, but I wanted to talk to you directly, Rowan, because, well, I also could use a bit of help. You see, the crew that you're running with is known to me. You might say we've worked together in the past, even. And, well, I've heard rumors that and he kind of hesitates, and this is not usual for Zodor. Usually he's just kind of like, here's what I'm doing, here's what he says, well, I need to know whether there's anyone else with them. There are rumors about things. They left Salvation, they were here, they left Salvation, went down to Sharn, and then I lost track of them for a few weeks, and I need to know whom they've come back with, whether they have anything else with them. And I know you don't, even if you're traveling with them now. You don't work with them directly, or you haven't in the past. But you do know a little bit about me. And, well, I'll pay you well. And what's more, I might be able to help you and them even further. I have helped them in the past, and I'm interested in helping them again. But first I need to know what exactly they brought back with them to Salvation.
This sounds lucrative. This sounds like the kind of story that costs quite a bit of coin.
He nods. It could be. And you're the kind of person who likes quite a bit of coin in the right circumstances, Rowan. I heard about your run-in with Snug. Wasn't too happy.
Yet again. Snug's a good playing partner. Too clumsy to pay attention to the table 9 times out of 10. So he's always a good person to sneak a couple silver off of. But I could handle Snug. As for this, I'll see what I can dig up. If there's something useful, I'm sure you will pay quite handsomely for it. Suffice it to say, I haven't heard anything yet. But I'll keep my ear out and get back to you.
You do that, and you'll have my thanks. And, while you're with them, make sure you keep yourself alive, and probably do the best you can to keep them alive, too. We're in strange times here, you know, Rowan. We're right on the edge of the gray, but we're also right on the edge of war. Everybody knows it. And that thing, and he kind of jerks his head up to the ever-present, fortress, floating in the sky. That thing tells you all you need to know. So, since there's a distinct lack of other power brokers here right now, I'd like to gather what information I can. I don't give a damn about the residents of this town, but I do care about a few people within it. A few people that deserve more consideration. So, any information I can get from you would be appreciated. And he pushes the material across for the various bullets and stuff like that.
Okay. I will keep you in my mind. Until then, keep safe. Don't get yourself in too much trouble. These soldiers are more than happy for a reason to either watch you suffer justice or watch you die in the dirt by another man's hand. So, keep to the shadows like we all do.
And he nods and he says, "That's my plan, in and out of the shadows. You do the same. Watch yourself in the gray, Rowan. Even good bullets don't travel straight in there."
And I give a little salute and I walk away with my ill-gotten goods.
All right, let's cut back while you're doing that. While this is happening in some combination of time, Merime, Alarian, Nisiana, and Tantan are now back in Hilar's home. And I would say you've entered and you can basically start wherever you like in terms of what you want to discuss with Hilar. Because I would say you fill him in on the basics, but but you can also go further to talk about with him whatever you like. He, as usual, is sort of gathering information. He's sort of like hearing what you're thinking first before he says anything, which is typical for Hilar.
Actually, that's a good point. I would chat with him a bit before we took off. And the question that Valerian has is exactly what is the relationship between the military and the King's Citadel?
You're asking this to Hilar?
Mm-hmm.
Hilar says, "Well, depends, I suppose, on who you ask. If you talk to the people who are in the military, they'd say that the King's Citadel, first of all, those who even know about it, and it's not many, but the King's Citadel they think is just kind of another branch of the Brailish military." That's funny. Not so much a branch, I would say, as an entirely different tree with roots planted in a different garden. No, the military doesn't call the shots over the King's Citadel. In fact, nobody does except the King himself and my immediate superiors. But they don't answer to the military. On the other hand, the last thing you need in a war is to have everyone at each other's throats. And Merime can tell you that there's been plenty of times when one division didn't like what the other division had to say, didn't care about the other division, and suddenly they're fighting over table scraps instead of dealing with a big dog that's outside the house window. And he says, so I would say that the military thinks it has control. It doesn't. But I'm not interested in getting the Citadel opposed to the military without good reason. If they think that you need to protect Braylon in some way and you need to rescue these captives, that's important. More important is figuring out why the Lord of Blades is doing this. It's no accident that we got this thing, and he points at the tarpaulin-covered, Oracle of War. It's no accident we got this thing from near the Lord of Blades. And if it's associated with him, then we need to get as much information as we can. And you might get lucky, I suppose. You might actually find Soul Ring while you're out there, too. And that might be valuable. For one thing, you'd be able to get information you need about the Oracle, and we need that for certain.
And what do you think of the relationship between the King's Citadel and the military, Hellar Brazil?
I think it depends on who in the military. Everything I've ever said says that Captain Aaronic is a good man. But there's others, well, his superiors, for example, that I might not trust. Aaronic himself, you know, is a lifer. He got in when he was very young, teenager, 17 or so. He's been in for 30 years, making his way slowly up the ranks. And if you do that, you don't do it because you're corrupt. You don't do it because you want glory. You do it because you actually give a damn about the job. He's been very good at that job for a while. Those people I trust. Others who are more in love with their uniforms than the work, well, that's a different feeling.
You're gonna be okay here if we're gone for a little bit with I just kind of nod towards the Oracle of War in the corner, and Sky Blue, I assume, is around, or
Yeah, Sky Blue is currently kind of leaning back against the wall, not really listening that much, has been focused on that box with medals. And he says, yes, and I'd feel much better if Sky Blue is here while you're dealing with all of that. So far, as far as I can tell, very few people even know that Sky's here, nor do they know why she's here. And perhaps we can gather the information we need. But more important, the Oracle, Sky, all of those, well, I don't like the idea of having them exposed any more than they have to be. Although, I will say, if you run into some kind of a war party out there, or whatever they're sending you into, that is what the Oracle's designed to do. It's just carrying it with you, and he kind of shakes his head.
Keep it safe here. It's safer than in the gray. Sky Blue, I know we said we'd help you find your father, and we will as soon as we return. If you can stay here and help protect that in the meantime, we would be quite grateful to you.
I mean, I'll do what you want, but you gotta find him somehow, is all I'm saying. If you find him out there in the gray, or I'm sure he's not there. Yes, I'll stay. I mean, I don't promise that I won't look at all. I might a little bit. And Hilar's like, well, you'll do it when we can do it together, maybe. And she's like, well, right, I suppose.
Okay. I'll turn happy that that's settled. I'll turn to Tanton. Tanton, did you want to talk before Rowan returns?
You seem really, really upset.
Who leads House Jurasco?
At this point in time, it's Ulara. She's my aunt, second removed.
Just her?
Well, she's the titular head, but there's the people who work for her.
That used to be how it was with House Caniff when we operated out of Seer. There was a singular lead with several people beneath them, and then that happened a few years ago, and now we have the three barons. The war was very good for House Caniff. It didn't matter which side you were on, you needed things made. And that's what we do. We make things. When I was considerably younger, I went to see just almost every single artificer does. You go there and you learn the basics of everything, and then you decide which way you want to specialize, and then If you want to learn alchemy, you go to Yorlana at the it's in Fairhaven. It's the Ondir Enclave. If you want to learn to make weapons, you go to see Zolan, the weaponsmith, at the Korth Enclave in Karnak, almost directly north of us. And if you want to learn, and he stops and he glances over at Elarian, if you want to learn to make other things, you go to see Merrick's at Cannith South, Cannith Tower in Shan. I wanted to build things. And he looks down at Spanner, and if Rowan were here, he would look at Rowan's arm, but not here, so whatever. Wanted to build things to help people. And so when I finally decided that that's what I wanted to do, I was sent to Sean to learn in the academies at Cannith Tower, and eventually I was apprenticed to Master Koth. And it was then that my unbridled ambition got me in a bit of trouble. And I eventually came to join this little troop. But what confused me at the time, I didn't think too much into it, I just thought Master Koth wanted me as far away as possible. But if it was simply unbridled ambition, why not send me back to the academies to clean chamber pots for another 5 years, revoke my apprenticeship? Why send me here? And it wasn't until we were leaving Shan on the train to come back here, I looked back, and I am certain that I saw Merrick's watching us leave, watching me leave to come back to salvation. Couldn't fathom why that would have been. It didn't make any more sense than when they sent me out the first time. And then elements fell into place in my mind, which I pray I am overthinking. It is no secret that the Emerald Claw does not like healers.
Yeah, I kind of know that one.
So they're not all undead. Many of them are necromancers, but what limited healing they may have, they could very easily augment through alchemy.
It's not that they don't like healers. It's that they don't like the enemy's healers, which
Well,
is what
that's therein lies the problem. Because much like with House Cannith, well, with you, at present, you are an enemy. I could very easily become that. At first, you are an ally. You help make things for them, but eventually that passes as the war begins to wind down. And then you become a liability. You are something that could build someone for someone else, and then you become the enemy.
To who?
To whomever. It's, like I said, the war was very good for us until it wasn't anymore. And what I worry is that if some of our alchemists are working with the Emerald Claw, and Merrick's, who is an expert in the innovation of Warforged, is somehow connected with the Lord of Blades, and Zorlin, who is a weapons master, has done something to augment the Lord of Blades, to make him far more than any Warforged would have been. I worry that on some level, the 3 leaders of my house, who have all been vying to become the leader of the house, what if they're involved in this? Why would they send me here?
Well, there's a thing about someone who can build something. They can also take it apart. And if you think that Merrick watched you leave, perhaps you do him an injustice in thinking what you thought. Maybe he thinks you're here with us because you can take things apart as well as put them together.
Not that.
No. However, I kind of gesture to Elarian. You have spent a lot of time working with Warforge. You come to new insights. Who better than to take apart the Lord of Blades? This is you borrowing trouble. Don't borrow trouble. You are here because you're needed. My house did very well in the war too. We healed both sides. Am I proud of this? No. Could I always be turned? Anybody can be turned. But you're here with us. And you're doing what you need to do. And when you don't know what to do going forward, you can turn to Elarian or to Merime or to myself. You are your own person and you make your own decisions. We can't save the world. Okay, we're trying to save the world, but we can't save the world. I mean, we are trying to save the world. We can't save the houses.
You're slowly
trying to save the
disassembling your
house.
own argument here. You realize this?
I know, there's a lot going on, but pay attention. I believe in you. And she touches your
Is
shoulder.
Illyrian just pivoting back and forth?
That's exactly what was happening. You guys were all like, she's saying this and he's saying that. And I'm like,
She touches your shoulder. It's like, I believe in you. And like, gives you inspiration, guidance. Just, you've got this.
Chill.
You got this. As Merime likes to say, we got this. We're with you. And right now, we've got some people to save. Some small individual people who may mean nothing in the entire world, but mean everything.
And besides that, and you've already proven that you're more than capable of going against your house rules and break free of them. So I think you'll be fine.
And you hear outside the door, Rowan is knocking.
A knock or a metallic knock?
Well, that's up to Rowan as
Is he
to whether Rowan is knocking with it
left-handed
or not.
right-handed?
I just want to be
Yeah.
clear that knock happened literally. I just want to make sure we were clear on the timing.
I did in fact knock with the metal arm, of course.
And Halar goes over and, having listened to all of this, and opens the door to reveal Rowan. And he sort of nods and he steps out of the way and he says, "Well, come in. The rest of these folks were just addressing some outstanding concerns."
And yes, Drew, Fairhaven is the capital of Onder, to the northwest.
Now
on
that I've
on the other side of Thrain. Sorry, go ahead.
Now that I've entered this space, I want very quickly to do a perception check.
Okay. And in fact, go ahead and make that perception check. What are you trying to perceive, Rowan, or in where specifically are you trying to perceive?
Because I don't know.
That's Fairhaven, by the way, chat. I'm sorry, Brandon. I was just going to say that's Fairhaven in Onder, in case people are curious here on the map. Okay, sorry, on you go. Right there,
I've
so
already
not that
rolled the
far
thing.
away. Yep.
But I want to know if there are any objects of note in this space. Again, they met me at the Grey Beyond, so I have no information about what Zodor was talking about, and I'm just in this mode of just constantly looking for things that are of value that I should be noting?
Well, I would say, one of the things that you have learned to note probably the most is people. And so I would say, Rowan, that you definitely note again the existence of Sky Blue, who has this box in front of her that she sort of almost seems protective of, I think it's fair to say, on her lap. There are also, it's not it's fairly Spartan, these quarters. There's you've got a bed and you've got a kind of a wash basin and basic stuff like that. It's not a very large place. You have a table, chairs, couple of seats, but there's also you note a decent sized tarpaulin covered thing. You don't know what that is exactly, as well. But that's probably all that you would note for sure. Although it does seem like they were having a fairly intense conversation just before you walked in.
And I turn to Tantin and I go, I hope I didn't spoil the mood by any means. Grand! Then I'd like to hear what your next move is and how I can be of any assistance in getting you all in and out of the Mournland safely. Perhaps, hopefully, with allies in tow.
And before you can say anything about that, respond to that, Hilar just sort of says, before you do that, and he kind of steps up to you, Rowan, and he says, I've done a little bit of asking around about you, and I've heard a little bit about the way that you present yourself. Now, these
all
four...
astounding stories, I hope.
That's fair to just classify them that way, sure. The four of these, of course, and he kind of nods to the four, Nisiana, Larry, and Mermaid Tantin, I trust completely. They know what they're doing, and if they want to bring you along because they think you can be of help, I trust them to do that. But I must tell you that whatever you've been involved with before, Rowan, you're not likely to have run into exactly what these four will have. These four are under, technically anyway, my command. They're also under my protection. That means you're going to work with them and not against them. And it means that shots are to be fired forward, not at the backs of people who you claim to be your allies. I make myself clear?
Crystal, sir?
He nods. And I will say to the rest of you, the four of you also know that Hilar very seldom drops into a tone like that. Because he's usually fairly laid back, everything is, whatever. This is Sam Elliott Roadhouse for a moment instead of Sam Elliott, in every other any other kind of Western movie. And he nods and he says, well, all right then. Then I suppose you folks better head out and do what you need to. I would say, while you're out there, do the best you can to see if you can find out any information about the person we spoke of before, the others you might need to track down. We could use information about all of them. And he kind of nods to all of you, and then he says, other than that, we'll be waiting here. Both of us. And he kind of glances back at Sky Blue, who doesn't say anything.
Valerian nods and says, I will return in 30 minutes. And heads out the door.
Okay, where are you going, Valerian?
First, I'm heading to the sheriff's building.
When you get to the sheriff's building, you don't see Whist there, but you do hear something from behind what would be said as the sort of makeshift when actual sheriff, ran the office. The thing was pretty run down and so on, but you note that there have been some improvements made, some reinforcements made, and in behind the office, like behind the building, you hear hut, hut, again, hut, nope, forward, again. You hear Wist's voice.
I will head around to the back.
When you get to the back, you see there are a number of about, let's say, 8 or 9. Some of whom you may or may not recognize, not directly, but people that you may have encountered in Salvation. And you can see that they are training right now on what look like essentially combat dummies. These sticks in the ground with straw that's been placed around them, and then rope covering those. And you can see that they all have kind of basically a sort of, they've got a regular sword, short sword, and shield, and you can see that Wist is in front of them, and they are doing drills basically. And so he's doing the again, and they're sort of forward, right slash, hit, back, right, this sort of thing. And Wist sort of comes over a couple times, shakes her head, excuse me, and whispers under her breath, and comes over and, no, you hold the sword up. You're trying to stab yourself or them. Come on. And then, all right, again, hut, and does the whole thing, and goes through it. And this goes on until you either say something, or after a minute or so, probably Wist would look up and notice you. But if you just want to be like, everybody stop, I have to speak to,
No, I would yell at go for like 30 seconds and say, I heard this is where you found the new sheriff in town.
And so there's a stop, and one of the people turns at your voice and wildly misses the dummy, and Wist kind of, is that how you're going to react when you're out there? Is that how you're going to react? Someone says something and you just stare at them like you're a child of 5? Get over there. And kind of the person sort of sheepishly goes back. And Wist says, all right, form number 2. Go ahead and practice that for a minute. I have to talk to someone who actually knows how to fight. More than you. As they say, as they're walking back, and then comes over and says, and nods and says, Ilarion, well, it is good to see you. Did you bring the rest of the crew with you, or they send you out on a solo job these days?
No, I have the rest of the team here. It is good to see you. And they kind of look her up and down, and you seem to have grown into this role well.
And you can see, by the way, that she does have now a cloak, that she seems much more formalized, and in fact does have a badge. And you can see that it's not a terrible looking badge. It's like, and so on. And she says, well, I'm not much for all of this, but if these people are going to stay the way they typically are, you know what they're like. They're just going to, well, look at them for yourself. She kind of gestures at them helplessly. Incidentally, they're not actually that bad, Ilarion. You've seen far worse.
It's just she's in drill instructor mode. Yeah. I completely understand. Yeah.
And so she's like, if I don't do something about it, well, these people were going to get overrun. And then the freaking big shots showed up with their big fortress, and these people think that they can take a day off because they've got big daddy army watching over them. Well, not on my watch. Soon as that army gets roared to move, it's going to leave, and these people will be just as defenseless as before, unless they learn to fight. And again, they say it back at them, and they're still working. And she's like, good. You didn't get distracted when you heard someone else's voice. And then turns back.
The good thing Ilarion doesn't laugh, because otherwise it would be. But no, it's just impassive as usual.
She sighs heavily and turns back.
It seems like they're coming along well under your tutelage.
Coming along, maybe. Well, I don't know. But yes, there's a few of them who can swing without falling over. That's something. And we've got a good, at this point, 50 or 60 people in the volunteer militia. It's small, but it's a start. The fact that Salvation actually can get anyone to do anything for someone other than themselves is a miracle, but, well, after what happened with the attack and the way you folks handled it, I think people got the fear of something scared into them. And since then, I've had volunteers more than I would have expected.
Good. Just a bit of advice. Don't be too quick to swat away the hand of the military in helping you. I know you're doing well here, but They have resources and skills and knowledge that you may not, and you may wish to avail yourself of. That's all.
And she says, you know you can't trust them, no? They'll pull up stakes and leave.
All the more reason to take advantage of them and tap that knowledge while they are here, so you can be better prepared for when they do leave. We're correct.
Well, you need to stop making so much sense. And she kind of shakes her head, annoyed, but fake annoyed.
Yep, yeah, mock exasperation. So tell me, I heard about the rampage of the machine, the behemoth.
It was a bad business.
No doubt. Can you tell me anything about those circumstances?
First we saw of it was not seeing but hearing. We woke up and the whole ground was rumbling, and then we looked over and there's this colossus practically striding into town. We managed to get over and occupy its attention, and some people, well, this is one of the reasons why I needed to start training them. I could tell they couldn't just stay and take this, on their own, and some people just got squashed underfoot. And
put a hand on her shoulder. I'm sure you did everything you could. Past now, and you're taking steps to try to make sure it doesn't happen again. Where did it go?
That's the problem. It went back into the gray, and that's where it came from, and that's what I don't understand. And suddenly there's a horrible sound, and you look over and you can see that one of the people has somehow embedded their shield in the combat dummy, and she sort of looks over and just stares as the person pulls it out and studiously not looking at Whist sort of sets up the dummy.
So before she says anything,
Yeah.
I say points for improvisation, but learn to use the blade first. The shield work comes afterward.
And the person kind of she has her hair tied back, and she nods, and then kind of shoots a couple of other looks, and then starts doing the huh, extra loud and impressive, ha, doing the exact thing, as if covering over. And
if I have time between missions, I can come over and give some pointers.
We could use someone hailing them what they need to know, but anyway, what bothers me, Ilarion, is we weren't doing anything to that thing. It could have wiped us out completely. I mean, literally razed this thing to the ground, killed everyone inside it. Why didn't it? Why the hell did it just turn around?
I have a question.
Sure.
Wasn't this this was the thing that was lying in the junkyard, right?
Correct.
Or is this
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
And
All right.
and apparently, and so she says, and now it's gone, and walked back into the gray. They sent some people back to look at where it had been lying. They found some broken down tunnels, mostly wrecked, but that's the other thing, Ilarion. It went back into the gray, right? It could have destroyed us, and it didn't, right? There were tunnels below. Okay, so far so good. But the tunnels didn't fall because this thing got out of them. They found explosive residue up there, Ilarion. Someone blew those tunnels after the thing pulled up and left. They didn't want us to find what was down there.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So there's no evidence you can't go in them. They're completely collapsed.
Completely destroyed now.
It is probably for the best. We encountered those tunnels on one of the missions for the town. They actually led to an entry point that could have been bad if someone had found it and used it to infiltrate the junkyard to assault the town. So it seems troublesome, and it is, but believe me, it's better that system's been destroyed for salvation in general. However, that is troubling. Or it means a cell that we were trying to find here apparently had still left at least one member behind to erase all evidence of their activities.
And it means you've got a Colossus wandering around inside the gray without its keeper, and I don't know why it wouldn't have just... finished the job and destroy us when it had the chance?
Are you certain there was no keeper in it? After all, if it attacked you out of nowhere, it would have been hard to discern whether someone was actually piloting it.
She nods and she says, yeah, I can't say that I know for sure. I've never seen anything like that actually standing up and moving. But, well, I would have thought we would have gotten word if there were lots of people around piloting it. I would have felt better about it, to be honest with you, if the thing fell over and broke half the town and destroyed itself along with it instead of leaving without explaining, without us knowing why.
Well, apparently it was not as irreparable as we thought, and someone knew it was a weapon and came to acquire it. Now, the question is who and where did it go? And we'll be looking into that, I think. It seems to be tied into other things that happened around here.
And she nods. She says, all right.
Have you seen Zodor Tarev recently?
No. Well, at least not for the last couple of weeks. He's kind of gone to ground. When the soldiers showed up, especially, he started showing up less. I would have done the same thing, except, well, as you can see, I'm supposed to
You've gone legit. And
she kind
pop her on the shoulder.
growls at you. I've officially become official, which means I'm getting old and it's time to leave, probably. But anyway, I couldn't just up and go. But Zodor, I understand. He has been preoccupied, though. I don't know with what, but there's been a focus there. And since Arulin hasn't come back, well, Zodor's had a chance to maybe do something more, but I don't think it's just that. It would have been one thing if he was just trying to consolidate, become the salvage broker, but things have changed some in Salvation, and so is he. But I can figure out why.
Oh, it sounds like you've got enough on your plate as it is.
And she nods and she says, do you need me to find anything out for you?
Just do what I brought you into town to do in the first place. Keep your eyes and ears open. And they give her 6 gold. Consider it a donation to the Sheriff's Association.
And she nods and she looks at it and she says, that's good stuff. I might actually, well, thank you. I might actually be able to get better weapons. And then she stops and she's like, listen to me. I might be able to get better weapons for them. You know what I should be doing with this is taking this and using it as a retirement fund. That's what I should be doing instead of reinforcing this and giving these incompetents better weapons and armor. And they all a couple of them sort of glance over their shoulder and then immediately realize they're not supposed to do that. And they go back to their thing. And she's like, but instead I'll do it to help the people of Salvation, she says, rolling her eyes.
As I knew you would. I have others to see in town, but I'll be in touch. It's good to see you, Wist. It's good to see what you're doing here.
Same, Ilarion. Keep yourself safe and don't be gone too long, all right? I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep myself from taking these people out myself. Combat dummies.
You need them as much as they need you. I'll let you get back to it.
Okay, and she nods and shakes your hand and then turns around. And as you leave, you can hear her, no, idiot. The shield up left, the sword up right. This is not that difficult. Did you learn this in school? And you kind of hear her voice dropping away as you leave.
Yep.
Okay. Where else are you going? Probably don't need to spend RP this too much, I imagine. But
well, kind of. I mean, these two should be fairly short. I'll try to keep them short, though.
Okay.
2 more. One's the church.
Okay.
And there to see Mother.
Go ahead, Tanton. What are you going to say?
Then he's going to go tear down the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to go check the work, see if it's reinforced. It's going to fall over.
It's a sight gag. It's been made out of Lego bricks. You just push it over again. You're like,
exactly.
Oh, man.
Do you want me to cast Shatter?
Once was enough, I'm sure the church would think. So, yeah.
Just asking.
And definitely not while Ilarian's there. Sorry, please go ahead.
Exactly. So, of course, I'm looking for Mother Janana Teleskendros.
Yes. And you do see Jalandra. And the wall has indeed been repaired. And
thicker than ever.
Yeah, exactly. With multiple reinforcement. No. But it has been repaired, and you can actually see that a couple of the some of the pews that had been damaged as well. Basically, the damage from the attack has also been repaired with what you would say is competent workmanship. Like not no one's ever going to like mistake it for the City of Towers like top levels, but it's competent work and done fairly quickly, obviously. And when she sees you, she smiles, and she's speaking to a young child, and she smiles and just says, "Oh, just a moment." And then she leans down and she says, "All right, now make sure you bring this to your mother and tell her that she needs to come back to get more. And tell her not to hesitate. I can do this. It's what I'm here for." And the child kind of nods wide-eyed and then turns and sees you, Ilarion, and like eyes get even wider, and sort of as you sort of like drift by or whatever, the child is just like rotating in place. And Jalandra then
I'd like
says,
to do a perception check on the mother as I approach.
Mother is not there. Just the child.
Okay.
Just the
Oh.
child. Are you
No.
talking about
Just
Jalandra?
Tell Iskandros.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay, yes, you could do that. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought you meant the mother of the kid that you was
No.
Okay.
Taking it to her. Yeah. It's a 16.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I
in
am
particular?
looking for how her demeanor is compared to the last time.
I would say that she seems less tired, I think might be a way to put it.
And it was curt, kind of brusque in a way, as if she was almost done. It's kind of like she lost her way last time, or was on the cusp of losing
That's
her
right.
way. And I want to see if she had kind of gained a renewed sense of purpose. That's really what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Right.
so that it's not all immediately evident just looking at her, but
Of course.
but you definitely get the sense that she both the way her face, you don't see quite the same lines of worry under her eyes, you don't, and so on. Even her voice was slightly different, and when she sees when you
Exactly.
see her, she says, "Ilarion, you've returned. It is good to see you.
They nod their head and say, "Mother, it is good to see you as well."
I hope you've walked in the light, since we've been doing what we can to do that here."
Light and shadows both. They are everywhere. It is hard to stay in one all the time. How fares the church? How fare you?
Well, the church, I fare as the church fares, and the church has fared somewhat better. There are some, I think, who wanted spiritual as much as physical healing, and they found some of it here. And I must say that the military has done some work in reassembling the church, the pews and the wall, and some people then have been able to... It helps to know that we won't be overrun tomorrow by attack, although everyone always wonders when the fortress is going to leave, and whether it will be left defenseless when it does. I know that Whist has been training people against that moment, but all I can do is protect people's souls, and so far, it seems like people are more interested these days than they were before. This town's been through a trauma, but a trauma can heal. Before, we had no hope, and that was worse.
So the congregation has been returning.
Yes, slowly, but there are far more full pews than there were before. And more importantly, they're reaching out to us. That boy that you just saw, his mother has been sick and had difficulty with work. His father died some time ago, and so the boy has been trying to pick up the slack, but it's been difficult. We have been able to help them, supplement their income, and actually provide them food and resources until they are in a state to be able to get back on their feet and return to work. But his mother is proud and doesn't want to come to me. The fact that he's here at all is proof that some people are beginning to see us the way we were supposed to be, a flame of righteousness and compassion. We're supposed to warm as much as purge out the flame, the decay of the unbelievers. We're also supposed to warm the faithful. That's what I've been trying to do here.
And provide comfort, of course. I don't suppose you happen to know in your care of the townspeople anything about these attacks that have been happening. That
You
someone
mean-
maybe have confided something about them.
You mean the attacks on the outpost?
Yes.
Only that, well, first it was rumor and story from outposts far to the south of here. Then there were some rumors of ones that came closer. The last couple, there was no one from Salvation, I think, that was directly affected. But I know one of my parishioners had a cousin who might have been taken in the attack. And, well, It is strange. It's not something that normally I would have seen, and they say that it might have been Warforged that were responsible, but this town already has a tendency to blame those they shouldn't. I fell into that trap myself. So, I know little except to say that they've been getting closer, and my flock is disquieted, although not nearly as much as they were in the bad old days. But those bad old days could always return. The Greys right there.
They will not return as long as you are there to hold up the silver light. And tell your flock that together they are stronger than any force arrayed against them. But they must remain united, as I'm sure you will let them know.
I already do. And you and your people? Are you united?
Always. We have even taken in a new probationary member of our team. We will see how he does. And they hand her 10 gold. Unfortunately, I must away. We have a hearty business to attend to for the town. But take this for the church. Use it as I know you well, and I will see you again soon.
She says, I'm grateful. And, take care, Ilarion. You have led, and your people, your group is led by example. And that's an example that we can't afford to lose. So take care of yourself while you're in the business of protecting others. And thank you. And she sort of holds up the coin.
I'll do the best we can. We'll see you a bit later. I apologize for taking so long, folks, but I need to get this done before we leave. I have one more errand to run, and then we'll be off on our way.
Okay, so she nods.
And last but not least, Arv, I need to go see Zodor Terev.
Absolutely not.
Zodor Tarev is now dead. No, so
You happen across the slump body on his death. Damn it.
Yeah, exactly. You trip, and then someone puts a knife in your hand, and immediately Whist is like, "Hey, you killed!" You know, and the whole thing is. So yes. So you head to where Zodor Tarev.
I usually know him to hang out. Yeah,
that's right, but you don't actually find Zodor there, and in fact, you also don't find the typical guard at the bottom of the treehouse, so to speak, that's there. It seems to be shuttered and closed, and there is no one around there that you can see, which again is very odd. That's normally where you would have seen them before.
All right, I will spend not much time there. If I verify that it is abandoned,
I mean, you
much.
could try, basically scaling the tree, but I mean, it seems like the
there is no sign of inhabitants for a while.
Not from you can tell, no.
Okay, I'm not going to bother. Then I'm going to go to the market and find Bellalore.
Okay, and Bellalore you do find. In fact,
Perfect.
You find her doing her favorite thing, which is haggling over a price of something with someone. And when you come in, she's just like, "That's not the way you handled it." Oh! And then she says, "Well, never mind. Yes, fine, 5. That 5 will do it. Yeah, she'll take care of you." And she comes over and she says, and she actually throws her hands wide and then kind of embraces you, Ilarion. And there's this very straight,
which is around my thighs, basically.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and people are like,
down at her.
Some of the people in the market are like, "What?"
And I say hello in very halting Goblin, because they were teaching it to us before we left, and it was not very good. You didn't pick up on it very well, but I do my best.
And she says, "Well, you didn't insult my grandmother that time, so that's not bad."
Practice every day.
How have you been? How have you been? I haven't seen you around for some weeks. They said that you went down to Sharn and left the rest of us rurals to be here, huh?
Well, we had business to attend to, but now we have returned. I cannot stay long, Bellalore. Can we step into the back and talk privately for a moment?
Oh, sure. I still have my built-in place. They fixed it a little bit after the stuff that happened a few weeks back. And she goes into the little, sort of the behind her table, there was a side office, you might remember, basically, where she was.
Yep, exactly. Also, and actually, they say, if you have any more of those javelins, I find myself out. I could use some if you happen to have acquired some in your...
And she says, "For you, of course." And she says, "I actually have 2 left. They haven't been easy to find, but they're worth it." And she picks up 2 that are sitting quite literally on the table and back and hands them to you. He says
Alright.
they were on hold for another customer, but, well, things happen. Shipment got lost.
He'll give her 2 gold for them. The incident with the Colossus.
You can see her face immediately, like, kind of grows very
darken.
serious. Yeah.
Yep. What can you tell me about it?
I can tell you that it's a miracle that they didn't take out the whole town. That thing was... First of all, it shouldn't have been able to move. It's been non-functional for years. And secondly, it could have destroyed us and it didn't. And finally, no one knows who or why. They obviously didn't stop it, and they couldn't find anyone afterwards. Someone told me that they blew up stuff below, the tunnels below. They found something, and then the tunnels were blown up so they couldn't get any further. It was just all blocked off and destroyed. And I don't know. It seemed like Arulin's work to me, but that was before I realized that Arulin hasn't been back, and I don't know what's happened to her. But shy of her doing it, who else? Who would have the power to do it? Who'd be part of this mix? The military? Someone else? Thrain? Everyone says war's coming, but no one knows when.
You, as I know you always will, always do and always will, need to keep your eyes and ears open for any sign of operatives at the Emerald Claw. We believe it, they are behind this. So what larger end? Well, then they nod towards the behemoth, the Aranth, whatever it's called, the floating fortress.
Yes.
The fact that they're stationed here, of course, means that they're concerned that things in the area will spark a regional and possibly national conflict.
Well, I wouldn't blame them. Everything seems to fall here. The hammer's going to fall here on the anvil of salvation first, if it's anywhere. And I don't like any of this business. You get a bunch of these people around. Well, I mean, they're all nice enough as far as they go. But you get a bunch of these people around in the same spot, all waving weapons at each other, and I've seen how that plays out too many times.
Indeed. Yes. But where there is conflict, there are always opportunists seeking to profit from it. Not you and your course, but others. You know who I mean.
Well, it's been a lot easier since Arulin's been gone.
Yeah. Hopefully she won't return. The other thing I need you to do for me is I need to see Zodor Terev, but his usual place seems to be abandoned. If there's a way you can get a message to him from me to arrange a meeting, I have to go into the grave for a bit, but once I'm back, I wish you to tell him it's of the utmost urgency that I see him.
I'll do the best I can. Zodor hasn't actually been seen very much around town lately. Last couple of weeks anyway, he's been laying pretty low. But I'll see what I can find out and let him know if I can. Not sure my contacts are even going to reach him. He hasn't even in this, like you said, he hasn't been where he normally spends his time. But I'll try.
I think if you let him know that we're back in town, I have a way, or just spread it around that we are back in town, I have a feeling he'll come to me. But I'd appreciate any efforts you can do on my behalf.
And she nods. She says, always. For you, always.
Thank you, Bellalore. And say hello to, hold on a second, I can't remember her name quite. Say hello to Garunda when you see her. We'll be back to visit another time.
And Errol.
And who?
Errol. Her
Errol?
iron defender.
Oh, Errol. Yes,
Yep.
yes, and Errol.
Puppy.
I didn't jot it down. Sorry.
And she says, I will. Right now, she's actually out on a salvage expedition, but not in the gray, thankfully. She actually headed south. I was a little worried, but it wasn't as far south as the settlement that got hit. There were people who've been getting taken, captives.
Yes, we'd heard. I don't suppose you know anything more about that either, do you?
No, except I wouldn't move out of Salvation at this point for love nor money, not to the south anyway. If I were going anywhere, I'd head inland, closer to Brayland. But the further out you go, bandits, there's all kinds of things that can happen.
Indeed. You take care of yourself and yours. And as I said, we'll be back to visit soon enough.
You do that. And when you do, see what you can do about, bringing some other people by, letting them know about your favorite goblin salvager, and let them know that the Salvation Market existed here before all the military types moved in. We'll be here after, too.
I'll pass the word along. Good to see you, Bellalure.
And she nods, and with that, you...
We'll zip back to Hillar's, and I guess we're gonna, if everyone's also ready, we're gonna be on our way.
Okay.
I would
go ahead,
like
Ron.
to do one very brief thing.
Sure. I'm going to talk to Bellalure.
I have my list of 12 people.
So, I assume that this is probably happening while Ilarian is also gone, but I go looking for Tantin.
Oh, I think probably you're with Tantin, I would assume, because Ilarian just went to, like, unless Tantin was like, screw all of you. I'm assuming that he was still in,
Ah, right.
So.
And I just kind of walk up to Tantin and whisper, "We need to talk. Can we meet outside?" And just kind of stumble a couple of, like a good bit away from the house, and I go, have you and your friends have any dealings with, Tarnev?
Oh no.
Zudor Tarnev.
Oh, Zod.
Yeah, mean looking fella.
That looked like that felt great. That's like a grappling hook to the what is that bone right there?
Collarbone.
Clavicle, yeah. Anyway, just little Batman the Animated Series.
Yep.
Anyway, well, not recently, not me personally, no, but I believe we had some somewhat tangential acquaintanceship before we left last time.
Might I ask through whom?
I believe it might have been Ilarian who went to speak to him.
Noted. Thanks for letting me know that. I will keep that well in mind.
Don't make me regret it.
When have I ever... You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence.
I was going to say he was starting to take a breath and then stop.
But I did also want to tell you... Thank you. I haven't been in the company of others for quite some time. I'm very grateful that I get the opportunity to ride with you and repay some of the work that you've done to give me back 5 more fingers. So I hope that this will be a pleasant experience for us all.
Best way to make sure that that is the case, to do right by them. And they will do right by you.
I'll try my best. Again,
No. No. Do your best. Don't try it. Do it.
Understood. I promise I won't let you down. This time.
I will hold you to that.
Good. So I guess I need to speak to your friend Ilarian very quickly, but we have time, surely, before we venture into the Moonland and risk our lives. Good. And I stroll back into the house very awkwardly.
At which point, do you talk to Ilarian then at that point? Because I imagine Ilarian would come back, like, before you all leave. I guess I'm checking to see if you are chatting with Ilarian or not.
The moment that I see that Ilarian is, like, within eye shot, I cast message, which with my hand is making a finger gun and then bringing my thumb down.
Nice.
And I say, we should talk privately about Zudor Tarnev before this becomes a scene.
reacquaint me, I'm able to reply to the message. Is that correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
25 words. You get 25 words both ways.
Okay, and you
Oh
caught
no,
me.
that's sending. Message. I don't think message has a word
Oh.
limit, but sending does.
Wait.
It's okay. It's okay. It'll be short. Don't worry. It'll be well under 25 words. You caught me as I'm approaching Pilar's house, right?
Mhm.
The reply that comes back is agreed. Meet me outside.
Okay, and I wait outside.
Oh.
And yeah, you get to see me gliding up, which is a little. I don't know how you think it, whether it's odd or disconcerting, but it's true. It's just like, and they
Like
stop
the
and
first thing that I go say is literally like, how does this work? By the way, like literally pointing at your ankles. Like, are you?
And they look.
Is it wind? Are you like repelling from some other metallic force in the ground? I don't. So very curious. I'd like to know.
They look down at their feet and then back up at you. It just does. What do you know of Zodor Terev?
Fair enough. Well, I'm sure you have gotten the impression from your first interaction with me that I am, a bit of a jack of all trades. I've had my thumb in several pies well, and suffice it to say that I'm actually well acquainted with Zodor Tarnev, and Tarnev seems very acquainted with you all as well. Suffice it to say that I'm pretty sure an old man is not the best guard for whatever you have under that tarp. Because
Laura
Tarnev's
Bracell
asking about it.
Pilar Brazil is not old, first of all. I'm sorry.
You're
You
damn
said-
Older
right.
than
You
me
said-
is old.
You said Zodor Terev is asking about it. You've seen him recently? They kind of lean forward at that, so they're not quite looming over you, but it's kind of close. And by the way, he is 7'10" tall, so just to let you know.
Mhm. I've heard from him recently, and he specifically had the request and note that I am coming to you in this moment in good grace, attempting to share this information well and faithfully with you, as a sign of my trustworthiness. That Zodor Tarnev asked me specifically to note whether you had returned from Sharn with anything. And I'm guessing 3 of those things are in Halar's house.
Take me to him. Now.
That's going to be trickier. He's gonna
You-
make himself available when he wants to. I can't fix that.
Yet you said you were a jack of all trades. So far, I've only seen one of them. If you truly are, I suggest you come up with a way to make this happen. I need to see him immediately. It is very important. The entire town's well-being may hinge upon our meeting. If you like salvation and want it to continue, I strongly suggest you figure out a way to make this happen.
I do, and we will, if this is absolutely necessary, but I need to be sure first. What's the deal that you have with Tarnev? Because the
We
deal
work-
I have with Tarnev isn't even a pleasant one.
We worked together to save the town, and when we left, it was under a state of détente. We removed a problem for him that should have enabled him to consolidate his business in town, and yet it seems that has not happened.
And this is not you making a deal on the side outside of the knowledge of your friends? Because Mia Tanton has no idea, very little idea at least, what the relationship with Tarnev even is.
He knows everything I know. The fact that I spoke with Zodor Tarnev by myself means nothing to the group. They know everything. There is no side deal to be had with him. He was faced with a threat that could have destroyed everything he held dear, as much as a person like him does hold things dear. And he made the correct choice to help salvation instead of abandon it. That is all.
Tarnev holds gold and the ability to draw blood dear. I don't think that's in favor of salvation, but I trust you more than I trust him. And I know you even less.
He is not a violent man unless needs must. Blood does not help salvagers. Blood does not help commerce. He is a businessman above all. That I know. Blood drives away business. It is the last thing he wants.
True. Fair point.
So, the request still stands.
I'll see if we can hook something up before we must leave, but if the rest of them ask, we'll go conduct our business in the Moonland, and hopefully he will respond by then. In that case, we should perhaps get a move on, and I head back to wherever I would have made the first notice that I needed to get the contents to make shells.
Yeah. When you get back there, he not only is he not there, but the person that you might have normally met, who's kind of the black market contact, so to speak, is also not there. It has been shut up.
Well,
I mean, not that it was like a, like a storefront, but you know what I mean? Like it's not.
The alley is even more deserted than usual.
Yeah, exactly.
But you met it deserted, and now it's deserted plus.
It's double desert. It's deserted game plus, yeah.
Even the tumbleweeds packed their bags and left. So I put my metal arm on Illyrian's shoulder and go, see? When people don't want to be seen, they typically get to be very good at it. All I can do is leave word. Again, when Tarnev wants to see me, he does what he needs to do, and I am in no control of it. So suffice it to say that if he does contact me soon, I will ensure that you're in my presence, at the very least.
Good.
Till then, I guess I have a job to assist you with.
Indeed, and we should be on it.
Understood. And if discretion would be valuable in this moment, I trust that it's not, but I can only ask. Perhaps it's no one else's business that I know, Tarnev?
I will leave it up to you whether you wish to share it. If I am asked, I will not dissemble. If the other group members ask what we converse about, I will tell them. However, on the point of discretion, what is very advised, and they put their very heavy metal hand back on your shoulder, is that you tell no one in town of what is in Pilar Brazil's house. Ever. That remains between the five of us, and only the five of us. Do you understand?
You're in luck, good sir, because I don't know what's in Pilar's house. Only that something is.
For now?
And that's no one else's business.
Exactly. Good. I am glad we have this understanding. All right. Into the gray with us.
So this is a good moment to pause and say, I will say time flies when you're having fun. I will admit that this has been so fascinating to me that I look down and I'm like, holy crap, been going for almost 3 hours. And so it's 10:40. So we like blew past the break that I was planning on doing, because I was like, and then I was like, oh, so I think what we're going to do, unless there are huge objections unless people need a quick, like 1 minute bio break, that's fine. But otherwise I'm inclined to go until 11:15, eschew the break, because it's only 35 minutes from now. I apologize. And next time I will be even more assiduous about trying to get a break in the middle. But there were all these really awesome role-playing things going on that I didn't want to get in the middle of, so I'm sorry about that. But you are watching, chat, the amazing D&D with Infinity and Beyond. I am joined as always by Trent Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by now Brandon O'Brien, by Jennifer Brozek, and by John Helfers. And this amazing crew has been doing this campaign, 4 of them since level 1. They're now level 8. And this is going to be heading all up, if they survive all the way. They're going to be heading all the way up to level 20 by the end of this campaign. So it is a big deal. I'm very excited for it. They've done super well. And as Rudnell said in chat, it's really wonderful world building we're seeing from them that's not coming from me, but coming from them filling in, building out, expanding, which is exactly what you want. So it's great stuff. So just a quick check-in with the players. Again, apologies, players, but it was just like things going on. Does anyone need like a 1-minute bio break, or are people cool to...
Just need to zip
Good
back
to
to
go.
Sharn real quick, have a couple of meetings, and then...
Yeah, no. That's a veto. The train is out of service, and there's an invisible
I
force
can
field.
fix it!
Damn it! When you go to say no, you say yes instead. Anyway, so is everyone, players, cool?
Yeah, good to go.
Okay. So heading back into the Mournland. Of course, the gray itself is always disturbing to approach and disturbing to enter. And when you enter the gray, first of all, I got to switch over the music here, because it's definitely not that. Let's go with
the Aphex Twin video for "Come to Daddy," where like the giant elongated face is like screaming, all the wind's blowing back. That's what I figured. It's kinda like this.
you got it. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, how's...
Hello, Wispy.
Yeah, it's more like it. There we go. Hey, Wispy. So when you enter the morning, the effect of the gray is the same on you as it always is. Everything in the gray is twisted, strange. Your senses in some ways seem heightened, in other ways seem dim. You have very much this feeling of... there's almost a kind of dissociative quality with your body, that sometimes you're sort of like, I am walking. Now I am walking along. Now I am, this sort of, and the way I would describe it for people in chat who have not heard of this before is if you can remember when you were very sick, let's say with a high fever, and your hands felt just like 2 balloons. No, I'm not going to rip off Pink Floyd, but when you had that experience, it may have felt a little bit like you were almost outside your body, kind of inventorying what was happening to it. That's what this is like a little bit in the gray when you're in there at all times. But the thing here that I want to note in particular for the party, which has been into the gray before, is the fact that there are that the box that you're holding is also acting quite strangely. This direction box that was given to you by Captain Ironic pulses softly in your hand, and its compass needle points into this fog cloud surrounding the moorland. As you enter the mists, flashes of light sparkle in front of you and illuminate the ghostly forms of marching warforged that fade as quickly as they appeared. So for just a moment, there's like almost a silhouetted image of these warforged, and they clearly were warforged, that then disappeared and vanished. And once you're inside fully the Mournland, the direction box feels like it's alive, and the needle is sort of jumping this way and that as it seeks out its signal across the distorted wastes. So I need to know which of the 5 of you is actually going to be holding on to this box. Who's acting as the keeper of the direction box, so to speak?
I nominate Mirame just because.
I can, or with Tantan's guidance, or Tantan can hold it.
That would work too. If he wishes to and is not, well, he's not fixing anything, so maybe he does.
Right.
It's up to you, Tantan. You can show me how to use it, or you can carry it yourself.
I will tell you that I'll be looking for survival/Arcana checks for this
I
thing.
figure Arcana would be big.
Oh, in that case, maybe I actually should hold it. Considering I get advantage on Arcana checks.
I do not.
I have an 8 in Arcana. What do you have?
Woof.
I have a 3, but advantage on every roll.
Right.
But an 8.
That's an
I don't
interesting
know.
balance, though. 8.
But I'll
eight
take
is a lot.
that 8's. Yeah. No,
That's
I
a
think
lot.
it's probably exactly.
I feel
Then
like...
we can. Then hold on. We can do the famous. It's reading it right, man. Then you're not reading it right. We can do that famous alien.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I
Not
feel
only
like...
that, if we have time, they can always do a quick guidance. Also
Also true.
to
That's
be like,
true.
What does it say? Touch.
Yeah, well, that's what Tanton, as the artificer, I think it's probably better to have you take the lead on this. If for some reason it doesn't work, then we can switch to me if that becomes a viable option.
And then I can
I'm
guide
fine with that. Yep.
So are you guidancing him right off the bat?
Absolutely. As soon as he starts saying that he wants to look at that and tell us what I'm doing, I'm like,
Okay. Go ahead, Tanton. You were going to say? Okay.
Say there's a cat touch drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, there's the cat touch string. Okay. So I need you to make then an Arcana check for me, please, Tanton, as you try to figure this thing out. It's weird. It almost, and actually, anyone who's ever used a compass will know this. The older magnetic compasses, sometimes you kind of had to fiddle with it to kind of get it, you know what I mean? Like move the needle. Yes, it more or less points in one direction, but sometimes, especially when it's in fluid, you kind of have to move it around a little bit to get it in the right way. So it feels a little bit like
a little bit.
Yeah, like you're dealing with that, Tanton. So go ahead and make that check for me, please. Exactly.
And that's with guidance?
Yeah, is it? Okay, then.
yes. I don't want to get lost in the frickin' gray again.
Which we
like
just
stuff.
got in here. So of course we're lost.
Exactly.
At least let's go be lost in the right direction.
Okay. So guidance is
D4.
D4. All right. Good.
The 21 plus a D4. Oh wait, no, that is an 8.
That's 15.
The 15.
Okay. Okay. I need, so as you're doing this, I need everybody in the group to make roll a D20 for me, please.
Everybody?
Everybody.
D20.
Just a flat D20, including Tanton, yes.
Okay.
5. Okay.
I'm sure you're not up to anything.
Not at all. 8.
Wow.
4.
You're not rolling well.
Quality
Like I
rolls
said,
here.
we're
Quality
already
rolls.
lost.
How about you, Rowan?
Go on, Rowan, save us. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
All right.
Look, we just got to shake off. Look, we got to shake off our gray legs. Got to get our
Seriously,
gray legs under
it's
us.
been a while.
This is,
We got a
did
straight.
anyone
We got
roll a
straight 4,
double
5,
digit
6,
at
7,
all?
8.
Yeah, literally,
Oh,
it's true.
straight.
True.
5, 6, 7, 8. We are rolling terribly.
We
All
are great.
right. We are great. Yeah, great. 7, 8, 9. All right.
That's funny.
So let's start with Tanton. Tanton, what was the number you rolled?
8.
Okay. So
Highest among us.
Tanton, you as you're sort of walking along, there's a moment where you're kind of holding the box and sort of staring at this compass road, like why doesn't this thing? And you find yourself getting into that state that you do when you were really invested in a project where you're working on like Spanner or something working where you're really into it. And you feel at a moment almost as if you're combined with that effect I described of inventorying your body, as if you are quite relaxed, not entranced, but relaxed. Almost so much that you feel like your molecules of your body could drift apart and be a part of the mist if they wished. There's a mechanical effect to this, Tanton. Once before the end of your next long rest, you can use your reaction in response to an attack to turn into a misty cloud for up to a minute.
Wow.
You can essentially get
Neat.
gaseous form. And your awareness of this is based on this feeling that you could return to that state of relaxedness. Again, this is something you don't have to do this. You could allow it to happen if you wish.
Okay.
Please make sure you note that so I don't forget it either.
I'm putting it down right now.
Okay. Marame, what did you roll?
I rolled a 5.
As you are sort of walking along, Marame, you suddenly feel quite cold, and there is a whoosh of air, and suddenly a geyser of frigid air freezes you, not literally, but like just out of nowhere momentarily.
Canadian winter. Got it.
Yes, you are suddenly hit by Ottawa. The effect of this is twofold. One, you have an odd fascination with hockey. No, I'm totally joking and making a silly
That
joke
odd.
about Canada. It's not true.
I noted it. Too late.
So, yeah, no, too late.
That was a requirement to move there. Okay?
That's right. Until you finish a long rest, Marame, Whenever you score a critical hit, you and your target are paralyzed until the start of your next turn.
Well, I don't hit critical that much, so this will be the time when I do them all crits.
Right, exactly. Crit.
Exactly.
So just
That's
make
funny.
sure you note that down for me, Marie, please, so that we can have
So-
we have that down.
Me and target paralyzed.
Correct.
Until next
Until you
turn.
finish. That's right. Until you finish a long rest, and it's whenever you score. If you score 5 critical hits in a fight, you're gonna be paralyzed 5 times.
Well, should that happen, it will be a miracle that I will welcome in its own special
That is-
way. Okay,
that's true.
That's good to know.
That's true. Very dueling appropriate, I suppose, but still. Okay, Rowan, what did you roll? You rolled a 7, right? Rowan, as you're walking along, you feel, as opposed to Merime, quite warm, actually. A warm breeze caresses you through the gray and kind of makes you wish you were elsewhere, Rowan, honestly, than being in this place. The effect of this...
So Trinidad summer. Okay, cool.
Wow, like wishing you were elsewhere but Trinidad summer. Fair enough, yes. That sounds about right. Until you finish a long rest, Rowan, when you roll initiative for combat, you teleport up to 30 feet in a random direction to an unoccupied space you can see.
Wow.
Does that include up?
Yeah, actually. Random would be
no.
north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, etc., and up. It doesn't go down. You don't end up in the earth. That would be,
You can't see that. So
right, exactly.
I just see all of us pulling out our weapons, and then suddenly he's falling on the ground beside us.
When I roll initiative, you said.
When you roll initiative.
Until every
Until
time.
you finish a long rest. When you roll initiative.
I see
Uh-huh.
this
And how many feet did you say?
30 feet.
30. That's why I see this as the scene in Willow when the Hydra steps out of the thing and Mad Mardigan goes running out through the gates and like all of them are standing outside the gates looking at this thing.
Yeah.
And he looks around and he's like, oh, and then goes running back to the thing. He's
Yep.
like, I'm on the wrong side of this fight. Okay.
That's funny.
So this is, you said, in a 30 feet in a random direction.
That's right, but an unoccupied space you can see.
Uh-huh.
So basically, you'll be rolling. We'll see where you end up. We'll like assign
We
for
roll
each
a
one of those
d8
things.
and pick a cardinal direction.
That's it. You got it.
Exactly.
You got it.
Okay.
Nisiana, what did you roll?
6.
Nisiana, as you're walking along, as you stare at your reflection in this shard of crystalline rock, you feel yourself almost like sort of disappearing into the reflection a little bit, like you're just sort of almost fading from view. And then there's a moment of shock where you look down and feel like you did, in fact, actually fade a little bit just then. The mechanical effect of this is that until you finish a long rest, you can expend a hit die as a bonus action to turn invisible for 1 minute, as per the invisibility spell. Congratulations, you are now, what's her name? From the Fantastic Four, Susan
Storm.
Storm. Yeah, Sue Storm.
Storm.
You're now Sue Storm.
The cleric, Sue Storm.
The cleric Sue Storm. And you can expend a hit die. Now that again is until you finish a long rest to turn invisible for 1 minute. Now remember, just like invisibility, if you then attack someone, you lose the invisibility. So it's the same as an invisibility spell.
But if I heal someone,
I'd have to double check that. I think
I
it's
thought it was
any-
spellcasting also turns
I
you
think spellcasting does
invisible as
too.
well.
Yeah, it's not improved invisibility, which saves a lot of these problems, but it's a regular invisibility. Still, I mean,
Which still could be useful though. Yeah.
But if you had your aura up and active before you turned invisible, that wouldn't affect it. So
exactly.
if you had like a healing aura going on and then you turned invisible, it would stay there.
Which would be useful because I'll be frozen because I'll keep getting crits.
Right.
wait, so I could like leave an aura somewhere and then do a second aura?
No, I mean, instead of having to cast an aura, if you already had cast an aura and had it active, and then you turned invisible,
Right.
if the aura is continuing to go, it
Right, that's right.
Right.
Ooh, but to heal people within it is still a bonus action.
Well, You only need to use a bonus action to turn invisible once. After that, you have your bonus actions available to
I know,
you.
but the bonus action to heal is still magic, right?
We could burn that bridge when we get
yeah,
there.
yeah, exactly. We'll figure that out when we get there.
That could be exciting.
And then the last Ilarion, what did you rolled a 4? Is that right?
A big old 4. That's correct.
Ilarion, as you are walking along,
Gliding.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Gliding along. You glide past several undecayed corpses, and you know the deal in the gray is that sometimes corpses decay normally, sometimes they get up and walk the ground. You've walked the earth, you've encountered that before, and sometimes they're just there. So as you are walking along, you notice a couple of the corpses that you pass on the ground twitching, and as they twitch, you feel yourself growing slightly stronger. So the effect of this is that until you finish a long rest, you gain 1d4 plus 5 temporary hit points at the start of every hour. These do not stack, okay? So you don't get to wait 10 hours and then get 140.
But they reset.
They reset.
Roll the die.
At the start of every hour, though.
Okay. All right.
The effects
Rowan
of
and I
the
got
Mournland.
Rowan and I got the shit ones, but
You get to paralyze people. You know, it's just
and yourself. There's that, but still,
it's gonna be fun. I hope I get crits all the time.
I was gonna say, as long as you're just fighting one person, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it really is
That's
reminding me a lot, though, of Cosmic Ray's Fantastic Four, speaking of Sue Storm. Like, it feels very
Right?
much like that. Like, all of a sudden... Yeah. Anyway.
I've even put this in as great ability. So,
after about another hour or so passes, Tanton, I want you to make another one of those checks, please, as you're still trying to get this thing functional.
And I will.
So I'm rolling another
Guidance, are you doing?
d20.
Just gonna say.
So I'm rolling another d20.
Not yet.
And
No, no.
Just him, right? Oh, jeez.
So 24,
Tanton's like, let's
hang
not have
on.
that happen again.
Plus 4. Nice, 28.
Wow. Okay. Everyone roll 3
push
d20s.
this on the
No,
side.
That's right.
That's what
Not
it was.
cool.
So as you're going along after
you have
making
to
this
turn it
check,
on.
Tanton and the rest of you, you come upon a 3-foot high ridge of broken earth in the gray, and it stretches in a perfectly straight line. And so so you're walking along, there's this ridge, and it literally stretches perfectly straight, as if carved in a man-made way in the earth, as opposed to natural. You haven't come across it yet, like you're coming up to it now.
So you said a furrow or a mound? I'm sorry.
It's like it is like a ridge, and you don't know whether it's a ridge that leads up, down, or whatever. You can just see that it's sort of in the ground ahead of you. If you walk up to it, you can see what's sort of like behind it. Basically,
absent something about to attack us, we'll keep going. I don't see
Okay.
reason to, like, stop it! Oh my God, the ridge is there. No,
There's a ridge. Yeah, when you get closer to it, then you can see that it's actually more than a ridge. You can see that this forms one side of
a gazebo.
of a gazebo, which is alive.
Tea
Except
time.
It's called the Gray Zebo, and it's terrible, corrupted gazebo.
gazebo of doom.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
sorry.
The gazebo of death.
Yes.
It is an octagonal patch of cleared earth, probably 150 feet in diameter or so.
God damn it! It is a gazebo. What the hell are you doing here, Arv?
No, it is a cleared earth. That 150-foot gazebo would be a hell of a gazebo.
Well, you said octagonal, man. Most gazebos.
It is
are
octagonal. It is
Just saying.
octagonal. But no, this is actually, it is a patch of cleared earth in front of you.
What have we been walking on
150 feet
before?
diameter.
Okay, what have we been walking on now? Like dried grasses?
Regular ground and grass, that's right. Sometimes dirt. But the point is here, it's all natural rolling, whatever. This is like cut into the earth.
All right, I would like to do an Arcana check on that area.
Okay. And any of you could check this out if you want.
Does it
Well,
look
it's just like
turns
insight.
out.
I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, can I do an insight on that?
Not insight. You could do investigation, if you wish to check that out. Alarian, hard to tell. The gray is so filled with magic
Yeah,
anyway.
it's so
that
wonky.
Yeah.
It's so damn wonky.
Yes.
look like they're a bunch of Germans?
Apparently, I got nothing.
It looks
Can
like
I-
a
machine.
exactly. It looks like a rid. It looks like an octagonal area for sure. You've
May
seen
I also
octagonals.
investigate?
Sure, you can, Meremy, sure.
I guidance my sister because clearly she's got to know what's going
Okay.
on.
So do you want to use the guidance then, Meremy, I assume?
Whoop, there it is. I got a whole one. Thank you.
Oh wait, I believe in you. I believe in you.
Oh, she believes in me. I can re-roll.
Oh, that's right, because you could do
Yes.
that. Ah, there
Thank
you go.
you.
Nice. No, this thing.
I believe in you, damn it.
Merime, as you're looking at this, you get a sense now what's more of it, because you can see that there is actually sort of like grassland below, and it looks to you like sort of in this depression of earth, and it looks like the grass has been flattened. In fact, if you had to guess, you think the earth in this 150-foot area was flattened maybe by strong winds from directly above it. To come out of game for a minute, if you think about the effect that a helicopter has when it's landing on a field, that's what this feels like, except the grass has not sprung back. Like it's just flattened permanently slightly below the level of the earth where you are.
UFO. Could it have been, is it in the shape of like this, the fortress or anything like that, or?
No, but it...
That it was octagonal.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's not naturally occurring for sure. Like whatever this thing is that made that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
crop circles, right, original. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I'll relay that information to the others.
Okay.
And just maybe...
The sky is the sky. Nothing untoward above us or anything.
Looks to be the same gray, overcast, rolling clouds as always.
It's only 150 feet. We could just walk around it if we have any doubts about it.
I just wonder what made it and how.
Oh, I have a feeling we might find out if we keep going towards them.
So once she's pointed that out, once she's pointed that out, are the grass radiating out from a central point, or is it like you said, a crop circles where it's kind of in a pattern, more or less?
It's not in a pattern. The entire grass looks as if it was just at the same time all dropped flat to the ground in that 150-foot space.
Like crushed in on themselves, basically.
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all right.
That's
all
right.
Something really big stepped
Like
or
wind,
landed or something here.
Right. Wind directly
Yeah.
above. Like not from a distance, right? Like literally as if like that sort of thing.
Tanton holds out an incredibly long strip of leather to Ilarion.
Yes.
You're stronger than me. Take this.
And they
And-
take it
and he-
in a hand.
He picks up a rock and he just like, sling that as far into that as you can.
Couldn't I just throw it?
Well, you could, but it wouldn't look as interesting.
Good point. And they fashion the actual sling for it and put it together and then
Okay.
whip it into the... Making sure they aim kind of more for the center of it. They don't want to go too far because 150 feet is not actually all that long.
Right.
So
So it sort of kind of and then and just stone, right? It was a stone that you were using.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah.
lands in the center. Nothing happens.
Arc?
Yes. It does. Yeah, it arcs as you would expect it to arc.
Mhm.
Yes.
Larion's going to float over the border of the circle. Oh, the octagon. Sorry. The octagon! Oh,
The octagon. Yeah.
think of something else
Exactly.
now.
You are suddenly brought into a combat with no.
Mhm.
You float over it. Nothing happens.
It seems whatever transpired here is done.
All right.
Shall we continue?
Onward and forward and all that good stuff.
I give
Thank you.
Mia Tanton his leather back. Yep.
After about another hour, I need one final check from you, Tanton, or final for now.
And again with guidance.
Yes.
Okay.
The more you pull it out, I come and I look over your shoulder while touching.
You can do it.
So 19 plus 1, 20. Non-natural.
But Nisiana believes in you.
That's
Oh,
Was it
probably
another one?
true.
There's another one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Oh,
I believe. No. I believe in you.
Oh, I see. Well,
I don't believe in myself though, so I am an unbeliever. Okay.
don't
Actually,
think
it's
you
an
can-
automatic thing
Yeah.
that happens.
No,
Just by merely being in my presence.
No, I get it. It was just funny that Tanton was just like, no, I want a one. So, but you kind of are fiddling with this thing back and forth, and after a couple of hours travel, so you've now been probably about 5 hours or so, 4 to 5 hours in the gray, feeling a little aimless, I would say the crew does, kind of moving back and forth. You find yourself, Tanton and company, heading towards another octagonal ridge system. So again, you come to another one of these 150-foot, spaces. Looks just like the one that was there before. However, I would like everyone to make either an investigation or a perception check, whichever is better for each of you.
Take the perception, please.
Nice, Alarian.
Okay, that wasn't supposed to be an advantage. But
Doesn't matter.
Apparently, I'm very short right now.
Just, I
I
saw
can't
it last
see
time.
very far.
I see.
I'm trying to boost you.
And Rowan's
So
got
I'm not.
She's
got
no
an 11.
spanner, so she's.
Me and Tanton and I are on the job.
Okay, so yeah, Tanton and Alarian, both of you notice almost at the same time that there is one big difference between this and the last one you saw, which is that off to one side of this flattened earth, there is a pile of crystal shards. You can see them kind of sparkling a little bit in the grayish light.
Oh, not again.
Oh, those things?
No, I don't think that's what they happened. So.
Just in case he wants to get the complaint in early.
Yes.
Off to one side within the flattened earth, or
No, off to one
Outside of
side
it.
of the flattened earth, so like outside it, but near the edge.
trying to remind me what happened last time we were attacked by them or something. It was crystal beings, or I don't remember.
It was glass.
Yeah.
I still have the dice.
Yeah.
Mhm,
I
me
got
too.
Yeah, we could take them now. I'm sure. I'm sure they haven't increased in size. I'm sure they're just level
Yeah.
1 as usual.
They haven't been working out as much as we have.
I thought they were lizards that
We got this.
shatter when you.
Granted, we're making huge assumptions.
Yeah.
It might just be a pile of crystal.
It's shiny, so we should check it out.
So yeah, we let you guys know obviously, and then I guess Tant and I exchange a look, and probably should.
We prepared for it this time.
Exactly.
So
Throw
you,
rock at it first.
And I where's that sling thing of yours?
What if it's important and we don't want to break it?
What are the
If it's one of those lizards, it'll wake up and try to eat you.
Well, but there was a vibration before that happened, so.
Not true. All right, let's go invest.
Oh,
And
wait,
a few
this time.
people have mage hand, so
are all 5 of you heading over to the pile?
We should stay together.
I mean,
Yeah.
Rowan's falling asleep, so yes, we should probably do that.
Okay. So heading over to said pile, you can see that there is, again, they just look to be, they're definitely not the creatures you fought before.
Oh.
They are literally just a pile of crystal shards. It's not enormous, but you would need to, if you like, you can't see all of what's underneath them, obviously. Like, you would need to move them around a little bit if you wanted to, but it's not a huge pile. But there may or may not be stuff underneath. But they all look, from here. Just
Why do I
like
get the
crystal
feeling this
shards.
is something completely new and hideous and different? And wait a minute, we've got mage hands.
I
So
was just gonna say, mage hand!
yeah, look at Rowan and Tanton. Because the crystals are fairly, you said they're not very large, right?
Correct.
Perfect.
Less than 5 pounds.
In fact, Tanton, you're fairly convinced that these are probably geode fragments. They could even have been spilled maybe from Eberron dragon shards sometime back in the day.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, then definitely going to
Mage
look into
hand
that
it.
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, and you're doing that, Rowan. Are you doing your mage hand as well? Like,
No.
Or no?
I'm gonna let Tanton handle it.
okay.
Mage handle it.
Okay, mage handle it. So you kind of move things off, left, right, and you hear this sort of the tinkle and the sort of, the stuff falling into each other. And then at the very bottom, you see a small shard of iridescent purple crystal.
Oh.
And Tantin, you actually would, I think, know exactly what this is. Actually, Merime might too. Let me have both of you make. Check would this be?
Mineralogy rolls.
Yeah, I know, right? No.
I have advantage on those.
Yeah,
I will take on this either. I don't think Rowan would know this. I would say I would take survival checks on this or Arcana.
I'm gonna try survival.
I sure know what to be attentive to.
Oh, I got 21 on survival.
Okay.
Okay, look at us.
I think you know both of this for different reasons. You would have encountered something like this before. This is probably a Lamanian flint shard. Now, Merime, you know that Lamanian flint has a mechanical benefit, which I will explain in a minute. But Tantin, you also know, because of the Arcana portion of this, that Lamanian flint is said to originate from the virgin forests of the plain of Lamania, possibly from crystallized tree sap, and that it can be worked into an orb of shielding with a lot of tools and a lot of work that protects the wielder from lightning and thunder damage. And during the day of mourning, multiple, zones across Seer were devastated and sort of scattered the land with shards of this magical glass. What you know about a flint shard, Merime, is that even in its unrefined form this way, if the flint is on your person, and there's only one of them, so only one of you can carry this, when you take lightning or thunder damage, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to that triggering damage type, either lightning or thunder damage, until the end of your turn, and also gain 10 temporary hit points. Once you do that, though, the flint shatters and becomes useless. It needs to be refined and worked into an orb of shielding to make it more permanent. Otherwise, it has this sort of an effect. Now, the thing I want to point out is, though, it's odd that this is at the bottom of a pile of random crystals. Like, so, yeah.
Someone
and it was right on the edge. Or discarding it. But it was right at the edge of this flattened earth.
Tantin, is that something that you could work into an orb?
Eventually, but it would take me quite a while.
If I may suggest, then perhaps just in case it comes in handy here, I mean, it might be something that you can refine later, but perhaps in the meantime, just in case we do come across anything particularly nasty with lightning and thunder, maybe Nisiana could hold it?
That was my thought.
Perfect. Nisiana, this will help you resist some lightning and thunder damage, just in case we do come across it.
And despite what I've just said in this chat stream, she absolutely will take it because her sister said she should. And she looks at it and she thinks it's very pretty, and then she puts it in her pouch.
I don't want my life force drained. Oh, it's good. I will take that item and place it upon my person.
Absolutely.
100%.
I am a Gelfling. I am innocent.
It's safe for now.
And as you sort of put this on your person, Nisiana, something about it, you feel sort of a tingling, in your hands as you handle it, and as you
static charge. Ow!
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's beta radiation.
And as you place it into your pocket and add it to your possessions, you have this immediate sense, this sort of tingling. You're like, oh, okay, and then you're like, wow, that's continuing. I wonder why. And then you notice up ahead of you, so you sort of look up and see that there is a small, what you would describe as a localized dust storm. Because it's in the gray, there's sort of this dark swirling area, almost like a small little tornado. But then you see something else odd about it, Nisiana. You would need to get closer. You're still a good distance from it, but you would need to get closer to see more. And I would imagine at this point, the other four of you would probably start looking up and noticing this too, that there is this weird dust storm.
Yeah. I can feel that. I don't know how I can feel it, but I can feel it. And how do I spell this shard thing? So that
SHARD.
It is it is a Lamanian LAMA
LAMA
NNIAN.
IAN.
Lamanian flint.
Eh.
It's called a Lamanian flint shard.
And I would explain to you, Nisiana, I've only known these are powerful artifacts and it will help protect you against lightning or thunder. And I would kind of give you the bit of a rundown on that.
All right, well, I'm going to write this down and put it on my bio sheet and hope that I can remember it later.
Watching Rowan chewing caffeine tabs, trying to stay awake.
Yeah. You see,
I am awake. I promise you.
this is coming from someone who himself has had to struggle to stay awake because of various times.
That's why I don't remember
Exactly,
talking to
exactly.
Zodor. I was asleep when
Yeah,
that
yeah,
conversation was
that's
going
right,
on.
that's right. But yeah, you can all now see in the distance this very small localized dust storm sparking with lightning and flashes of flame.
Oh, maybe that's why I can feel it, because it's got lightning.
Is
And-
dirt supposed to do that?
Dust devils? I've seen dust devils before, but not with flame and lightning.
Yeah.
What
See
color's
why I
the
don't
flame?
like this place?
I'm sorry, say again, Ron?
I asked what color the flame was.
You would need to get a little bit closer to it. Slightly, you think like flashes of red-orange, maybe, Nisiana, but can't quite tell. Also, hi, Shadowed, and hello, Triffid.
There is no. Is it coming toward us?
No, but you can see that it is staying in one place, and there is a kind of there's something odd about it because you can see the storm, as I say, very localized, very small, but there seems to be something else in the middle of it, of the storm, but you can't tell quite what it is.
Well, it's odd that it's not moving. First of all, that's the first odd thing.
Correct.
About it, I vote we investigate, but cautiously.
Agreed.
Very cautiously. And so, Rowan, you haven't seen this before. You've only seen the street version of Valerian, and if you look away, or you might hear it because it does make some noise. When they armor up, the armor just appears out of nowhere, and then they look like the second figure in the video, with all armored up with scale armor and this massive freaking shield.
Well, damn.
Alrighty then.
I was hoping I would have
That's-
finished my trap by now.
What trap?
Your dust devil trap?
Well, my elemental trap.
You think it's an elemental
That's my case.
Can
Not
you
a
scroll
bad
for
guess.
one?
that happens to be sitting in place.
They can do that.
I mean, and Valerian shrugs. Says, hey, why not? Shall we investigate and see if it is indeed what you think it is?
I would like to check the box and see if where we need to go is that direction.
It is pointing in that direction, yes.
Damn.
Of course it is.
Damn it.
Damn. Anyways.
So I will just note that if it is an elemental, not that I know a lot about elementals, but if one of them is staying in place for a reason, that may make it protective of something. So if it is alive, we should probably, and it's not going to attack us, we should probably not poke it with sticks.
I have no
I
intention of
agree.
attacking, just defending us.
Unless it's caught in the trap as well. So
Oh,
it could be either protecting something or it could be stuck by something as well. I don't know much about elementals either, but
can you talk with one?
The
Oh.
forces of nature.
they are. But they're creatures too, right?
In the gray?
Like,
Never
could I?
can tell.
We're about to meet our first zombie elemental. Ah! Wow.
Can I try to ping them telepathically? Is
You
that
need to
something?
get closer.
Yeah, I
You're
need
not
to
even
be
close
80
to what
feet.
you're looking at. Yeah.
Yep.
I need to be 80
that's,
feet.
let's go to within about 75 feet. Give it a shot.
Yeah. And then I can at least try to.
Because I think you'll want to get that closer because so you can see a little bit of it anyway. Because as you move sort of up and again, Tanton heading right towards where the compass rose is pointing you, you can see what is at the center of this thing. The broken body of a warforged is visible at the heart of the storm, and what you see above it is a column of raging wind is coiling above it. And if you had to guess, you think it is defending the body from dancing clouds of fire and lightning. It is as if fire and lightning is trying to fight the Warforged and is being buffeted back by this maybe wind elemental.
Wow.
So wait, the fire and lightning is coming from where? Fire and lightning elementals? Or what?
Unclear, but if you want to make an Arcana check, you might be able to determine.
I would love to, sir.
Hmm? I mean, we've been going after Warforged, so.
I will take that 22.
Okay. You're almost positive, Alarian, that you are looking at an air elemental, which is, of course, common both in and out of the gray. Not common, but is, seen in and out of the gray.
Yeah.
And something which is unique and dangerous to the gray. You all know, having been in the gray before, that sometimes spells can themselves become living. And if you had to guess, you think you are looking at 4 burning spells. In fact, they might seem similar to burning hands type spells. And 2 electrical bolts, as if 2 lightning bolts, living ones, are attacking the Warforged and blocked by the air elemental. And the air elemental is clearly losing this fight.
Oh, yeah, it's 6-on-1 for
Yes.
goodness sake. We are roughly
Maybe I would say about 100 feet away, probably.
Can we see any markings on the Warforged that are familiar?
Impossible to tell because of the dust and it's
right.
obscured. You can see its head barely, but that's it. It's definitely not moving at all, other than being like
get
out there
within range and ping the Warforged.
Sure, that sounds like fun.
I'll put my shield up and start moving towards it with Merime beside me, so if they do come at us, she has some protection.
Okay.
I'll be kind of like partly behind him. His beside is a big
Well,
term.
so like
exactly. Well,
Yeah.
it's a big shield.
Yeah.
That's not too hard to do.
Okay.
Okay. So within 80 feet, I try to talk to the Warforged.
Absolutely nothing. You're not even sure if the Warforged is alive, Merime. It's certainly not conscious.
Can I ping the wind elemental? Is that something that I can communicate with?
You just get a lot of hot air.
What languages do you speak?
That's the question I was going to ask.
With my telepathy, any language they speak, they understand, and I understand back. So it's like a Tower of Babel telepathy.
Okay. All right. Then, we're going to roll with it then. Yeah, when you try to, what do you try to do to communicate with it? What do you say?
I say, hey, it looks like you're being under attack. Are you okay?
I am trying to help. Help me in, friend. It sounds, Merime, like the sound of a child's voice, but in wind.
Tugged a little heartstrings. Merime will say, I don't know about the Warforged, but that wind elemental I spoke to, and it sounds young and it sounds like it needs help, and I think we should help it.
Very well.
I have another idea.
I was watching John and Brandon's competing expressions, like Alarian's like, and Rowan's like, yeah, sorry.
Like, do we have to? That sounds like a mess and a half.
It's a sentient creature in need of help.
Plus, we're going after Warforged, and there's a Warforged right there, so this could be the clue that we need to find the Warforged.
Agreed. That is primarily the reason I'm doing it, not really for the elemental. But if we can save the Warforged, if the Warforged is still alive or useful to us, then that is why I think we should do it.
I'm just worried you're going to be dragged 30 feet into the middle of the wind tunnel. Whee!
Fair enough. Yeah, this is going to be a mess.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But we can see what we're all capable of here instead of when we're faced by 30 Warforges. So this might be a good test as our teamwork.
And as the party prepares to face down a bunch of thank you, Ridnell, for the tier 1 sub gift to Spellhawks Press. Thank you. And welcome, Spellhawks Press. That's the generosity of our amazing community. Thank you. It was a good pun. I appreciated that pun. As the party prepares to deal with living lightning bolts, living burning hands to help a air elemental, we're going to bring session 2, part 2 of Parliament of Gears to a close. There's nothing more fun, I think, than showing you a little bit about, can you help me blow these things away? You're going to fit right in here, Spellhawks. I appreciate this very much. But as we do this, there's nothing more fun than DMing a group through the Gray and seeing how all the weird, screwy stuff that the Gray actually does in this particular case, in both directions. It really does cause you to have to kind of improvise, I think, and sort of think outside the box a little bit, and it was fun to see that. And we'll get a chance to actually see what these folks look like in their full complement of 5 now in combat next time.
In a month.
Yeah, I know. But if we start a combat now, we'll be getting started too late. I didn't want to do that. But it was awesome. I really, really enjoyed this session a lot because there were all these little wonderful role play moments that I really appreciated. And Rudnell, I don't even know what to say about any of that, except that's,
First of all, Warforged don't fart. I'm just going to say that right off the bat.
Exactly. That's fart forged, and it's a very
How
different
dare
thing.
you,
Okay, anyway, but I will start with the person on the bottom right of the Ziggurat. I'll start with John. So John, good stuff. You had a couple of these role-playing moments. I like the idea of going back around to check with people like Whist and to check in with the church and check with Bellalore. And I like the idea that you're checking in with these, and also that the Zodor Tariv thing is still floating around as someone you wanted to kind of check in. And because you as the group, the Citadel, had kind of set some things in motion, and you want to see whether those things are still set in motion, especially because other things have actually changed. So that was interesting. And I'm curious to see more of how that's going to play out once you get past this and actually get to find these people that you were pursuing. We will see. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So it was a lot of fun. Ever since I heard we were going back to Salvation, I was very interested. It's funny. The one thing I meant to do in Sharn it just fell off my list of things was when we had gotten word in that newspaper article that the Colossus had, risen. I wanted to actually send a message back to Whist saying, "Hey, what the hell happened to us? Is everything okay?" And it just fell off because we got embroiled in chasing.
Yeah.
What's Aurelian Karnak?
There was a lot going on. Yeah.
But we've, when we were there for the first, was it 5 levels? I think we made real connections there. We actually knew the townspeople. I mean, those who've been following this from the beginning know that Alarian was instrumental in putting Whist into as a deputy, and then now they've grown into their own and taken over the sheriff, which was unexpected and a pleasant surprise. So yeah, I mean, we've really had an effect on Salvation. Coming back, of course, has affected it differently. And yeah, I'm sorry, I do apologize to the rest of the group for taking up a goodly portion of the role playing, but those were things I felt Alarian really needed to do before we left again. It was something that I had on my mind ever since we arrived in town. And it was good. Each encounter was good in its different way, of course. And then the surprise that that Mr. Shallow here happens to know Zodar, like, well, isn't that interesting? I think I'm really going to enjoy playing Alarian off of Rowan, as Alarian will be the total straight man, or straight Warforged, and it'll be fun. So I can see we're gonna have a lot of interesting interactions, I think, as this goes forward. So this was a blast, and yeah, of course now poor Brandon can think of his poor life choices for 4 weeks while we actually fight these things next time. and how he got himself into this mess. No shit, there I was, kind of thing. That he'll tell a story of next time. But no, this is a blast, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
Good stuff. Anything to mention very quickly about stuff outside of it, or?
No,
Canada's
not
not
really.
evaporated.
I stream here, and I work with all these people on a variety of different things. And actually, I think I'm still tagged for editing the RPG game, so I'll be working with Brandon on the Ratio RPG, which I'm really looking forward to doing. That's going to be a lot of fun. So
it's going to be good stuff.
Be awesome. I can't wait.
Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. Yeah, we just lost Marie for some reason. Hopefully Marie will be right back.
Her internet just disappeared, apparently.
Oh. Oh no. Keep us posted. Okay. All right. In the meantime, we have everyone else here. I will move Rowan back into frame. And while I do that, I will talk to Jen. Jen, again, good stuff today, and interesting stuff, I think, from Nisiana in the sense that, Nisiana, as we talked about last time, definitely has things to consider regarding the house and, issues about like money problems and all that stuff, but also thinking about stuff relating to the Citadel. And I thought a really nice moment actually was a moment where Tantan's frustration, which everyone picked up on quite nicely, where Nisiana was really able to talk to Tantan in a way that, I feel like the party has had a tendency to look at Tantan with this sort of sense of this mixture of either, what are you doing? Follow, or awe, like, wow, Tantan could do this and Tantan could do this. But this was a moment, I think, where you kind of got through the just sort of general intellectual question, and Tantan really was a bit vulnerable in that moment, and Nisiana sort of picked up on that. Everybody did, but I mean, Nisiana in particular, I think, was really like zoned in on what that meant, and that brought, I think, a really nice moment that sort of builds something, which is the beauty of a long campaign, is that you have little moments where you can do that. But I think it was nice that got picked up on. And then there were a bunch of guidances, which were definitely going to be useful at different moments. And you get to turn invisible at one point, too. So there's that, too. How did you feel about today's session, Jen? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun, and I actually really appreciated the scene with me and Mia Tantan, because honestly, she's got the same thing about what if my house versus saving the world versus what are they doing, and what is my responsibility, and are they manipulating us in a bad way, or are they hoping for the best, which is one of the things as the heart of the group, I wanted to try and bolster his morale. And also, she's talking to herself, because you can't save the world. I mean, we are trying to save the world, but you can't save the world. You have to triage. You have to do what's right in front of you. And this is stop looking at the whole thing. Right now, let's focus in on what we said we're going to do, and we can panic later. And it was partly talking to herself, because she's got that whole thing right now. What am I going to do to save my house? And are they actually working with the bad guys now? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But other than that, I really hope we make a new couple of friends.
Yeah, maybe you get to have a fun, friendly air elemental. I mean, like, who knows? Like that maybe that could happen.
Be really cool. For me, D&D is basically
of course.
Adopt them all.
That's right.
It's like Pokemon. I want to adopt them all.
Adopt them all, and it's too #RipNimble. Nimble. I agree.
Yeah.
Poor Nimble.
Poor Nimble. Let's see. Where am I going to be next? I'm actually going to be on Gen Con TV, being interviewed by Rem Alternus next week. And I have a couple of new novellas out. Well, newish. I have the True Mel's Light, which is the space opera, and then I have Unrepairable, which is the Shadowrun young adult YA. And I might be forgetting something, but I'm usually on Twitter. That's where I can try to remember to tell you all the things I'm doing. Otherwise, jenniferbrozek.com.
Thanks, Jen. Always a pleasure. And it was, again, I'm looking forward to seeing how Nisiana handles things in our next session as well. Brandon, good stuff again today as well from Rowan. I really liked the chance to sort of see a little bit of connection with Rowan and Zodor, and I have to say I had no idea how that was going to get played out by you afterwards. I didn't know if you were going to be like, all right, I will take advantage of this situation and, try to, or if you were going to be like, no, screw this guy. And because of your connection with Tanton, which therefore has connected you with the sort of rest of the group, instead, what we got was Rowan basically being like, I need to tell you about Zodor, which set up a situation where Larian was like, bring me to him immediately. And it was like, well, he's not there because Zodor was basically like, I'm telling you this and then I'm bailing out. And that was in particular interesting because you don't have the kind of context, right, that the rest of the crew did, which was on purpose, clearly. Like, the idea that you didn't have that context for it. And so that's going to be interesting to see how that gets played out. And beyond that, the discussions you had there, trying to stay abreast of the military folks who were kind of like, do we even trust this guy? Being like, okay, here's this deal, talking with Hilar. All of that is great. And again, I feel like the character art that you're making with Hannah is dead on with what I'm imagining, the character not only looks like, but acts like. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that kind of, there's a lightheartedness, but obviously something below the surface, which is going on, which kind of underpins in a very positive way the way this character is going to work. So I'm excited to see it. Also, I love the Winter Soldier arm thing. So there's also that. That was cool too. But how did you feel, Brandon, about today's session with weird air elemental things and stuff and flattened earth and all that? And where will the fine folks find you next?
So what I will say first and foremost is that I love that your touchstone for Rowan's arm is the Winter Soldier because it's not mine. Anyone who recognizes the picture behind me, the only reason I have a metal arm is because I had Full Metal Alchemist on my brain.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, my bad.
So yeah, I think the thing that I'm most enjoying about Rowan, and in particular how I played off of Ilarion in that one scene, is the reason why I wanted to play someone with a charlatan background is because it felt to me like, I mean, I love playing scoundrels. I love playing people who aren't perfectly moral one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a very good way to get into a group that has already been playing for the first time. And I'm really enjoying playing that as playing Rowan as someone who is constantly thinking on his feet when he has very little information. And everything that I did about Tarnev was me acting with very little information. I knew that I knew him. I imagined I didn't trust him, but I still need bullets. And I imagined that was gonna go very poorly for me if anybody found out. And now, Ilarion knows, Tanton knows. I know that there's something uniquely interesting about the group that I don't know what it is. And now I need to navigate all of that information while also not seeming untrustworthy about keeping those secrets from multiple people.
Should be fine.
Yeah, no issues with this course of events whatsoever. But I'm also like deliberately not trying to screw over Tanton in particular. And I know that navigating that is also going to be morally tricky as well, and I'm very intrigued to see what that looks like. Because the person that I have entrusted the information that I know Zodor with is someone who I cannot read. So yeah, all of that's gonna go swimmingly for Rowan Shallow in the future. So yeah, I'm very much excited to see where this goes. I also am now reckoning with the fact that I made a character of a class that the rest of you will still have to discover.
Yeah.
While also having to deal with the Grey, and everyone here knows that's going to be mighty catastrophic at some point. So that's going to be delightful.
Yep.
Oh God, you're not a wild mage, are you?
We shall see. So I'm very excited to see where we get to that when we get to that point, especially because it's the first time that I will be engaging in combat with you all, so learning the dynamics of the crew would be very interesting as well.
For
Especially
chat
with your-
too.
Um,
For chat
Especially with
too.
your ability too. I mean, and I put ability in quotes because that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out.
yeah, that I'm very much looking forward to it as well.
Mm.
But again, I'm Brandon O'Brien, poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. I am working on the Grey Shade RPG with our lovely Gregory
Yay!
A. Wilson, alongside John Helfers and the lovely folks at Alligator Alley Entertainment. Very excited for you all to see the thing. That's going to be really dope. I'm also doing my own RPG stuff, and I actually wrote an update on my itch page for an RPG project that I'm personally working on called Hero Revolution. So if you're into Kamen Rider or Power Rangers, please check that out on my itch. It's not out yet, but you can continue getting updates about it on my Patreon. The next place that you will very suddenly see me is via the magic of recording via OBS. I will actually be here on this channel again tomorrow for the finale of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire.
So we will have it tomorrow. I thought so, but I wanted to confirm. Okay, that's good.
It should hopefully be ready for you by tomorrow.
Okay.
I am very excited for you all to see the thing. A lot of shenanigans take place. It is wild. I love so very much being able to tell the story with these strange friends, and I'm very excited to see what we do next. But the finale of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire is now available for you all to experience. And then on Monday, over at the Initiative Order Twitch channel, as previously mentioned, I will be doing this very cool thing. I will be the Pink Ranger in Power Rangers Arcanites on January 23rd at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 Eastern. Please check that out. Power Rangers RPG by Renegade Games is actually amazing, and I'm very excited to actually do the thing, so that's going to be fun as well. And you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides, and you can find links to all of my stuff at links.brandonobrien.xyz.
That's gonna be slick. I just was looking at that thing again, yeah, Brennan's of course all of these people, as I think has been clear. I'll make a comment about the whole group in a minute. Are wonderful players, and I love watching Brennan doing these different universes and just seeing him slide into these different roles. Where I'm just kind of like, oh, that's cool, and that's also cool. And then there was still one that you did a couple of years ago, which was the Unbound Harlem or Harlem Unbound thing, which was
Harlem Unbound was a lot of fun.
That was
I really
really
want
cool.
to do that again.
Yeah, that was cool to watch.
That was wild.
It's cool to
One
watch.
of these days, suffice it to say that this is me foreshadowing things that are going to happen on Speculate very soon. But the Strange Friends and I have been obviously talking about doing some one-shots before we settle down for another big series. And the list of things that we would like to play is very long.
Yeah.
So please stick around for some very fun one-shots in the future, which might also feature some special guests, including some folks that you see here, if they're also willing. But yes.
Like one shot of the week, so to speak, or one shot of the day. Yeah, I'm excited for that. And Brandon's work on Grey Shade. Oh man, I cannot wait. The TTRPG is gonna be so good. Anyway, always a pleasure, Brandon. Thank you. I will say that Marie's internet is completely collapsed for the moment, and so she sends everyone her love. She thanks everyone for being awesome. I thought you should buy her book Nye. That's right, and Marie is a fine author and a very, even finer person, even better person. And so really happy to have Marie as part of this today. Also want to point out that Marimay had a chance to use some of her military background in this, which was kind of fun to see played out. I actually really enjoyed the dual check that Tanton and Marimay did, where Tanton got both of you understood it, but from very different angles of the same problem, and I like stuff like that. So, so good stuff again from Marie, and you will see more from Marie coming up very soon. Last but certainly not least, Tren, again, really good stuff out of Tanton. It was obvious that you had been frustrated with what happened with that scenario, and the clue to me was the moment where they were there. I think it was Larian had asked, like, are you cool with this? Like, are you good with this mission? And you were like, yes, I agree. And you were like, so everyone was like, okay, you're not pissed off at this mission. You're like, The problem is I've now connected 6 things in my head, and now I'm like this and this and this. And I don't know what people didn't know, obviously, whether you were then going to come out of that and be like, these damn people telling us where to go. But instead, you were just like, I have all these suspicions that have been kind of coming together in my mind that is going to lead to this. And that led to this moment of vulnerability, which surprised me. I didn't know that Tanton was going to do that. You might not even have known it initially until you were in the midst of it. But again, that led to that lovely moment with Nisiana. And it also provided us this other context for why Tanton does what he does, and that as well has some tie-ins with Rowan. So I really liked that little moment of vulnerability with chat and with people. And as Arudinel said at that time, it's wonderful world building that gets done, and I love that, because world building that the players do allows me to then play in those areas that they have filled out further. I do not want to fill out every single area of every single spot, because I want them as well, their own lives and experiences, to inform the world that we're building. So I really liked seeing that, as much as anything else that happened in the session today was watching that moment unfold. How did you feel about today's session, Trent? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, as I mentioned in the green room while you were doing your intro, I mentioned to everybody else that I was basically up at like 4:00 in the morning, coming up with the stuff, because I found it last night while I was rereading some stuff about, if you're a mark of me, because it was like, I'm supposed to have X number of cantrips.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, wait, I have more than that. So I went through and I started looking through the rules. I'm like, maybe it's a mark of making human thing. And so I went to check over there to make sure that I was like, okay, so this is why I have 3 instead of 2.
Yep.
Okay, I can figure. And then I saw that there was some discussion about, all the various barons for the thing. And I'm like, And as I'm sitting there reading through it, I'm like, oh, wait, that's right. Merrick's is an innovator of Warforged. Shit. And so I went through and I checked all the other Eberron stuff, and I had like 3 tabs open, and I'm cross-referencing between the 2, and I'm like, how do I present this tomorrow or later today with, in a kind of a coherent thing that it has just occurred to Tanton that, wait a minute, this is a possibility.
Yeah.
And there have been seeds along the way, but it wasn't until he saw Merrick's watching them leave. Because when you mentioned that when we were leaving Sean, I was like, why would he be watching me leave? I don't understand why that would be a thing. And I was like, okay, so she does alchemy. There's probably quite a few necromancers who would love to be able to use some of the alchemical stuff that she could make.
Mm-hmm.
And he, he's a weaponsmith. They're all different facets of being an artificer. And it's like, you look at the picture of the Lord of Blades, and he looks like a regular warforged with just fucking knives coming off of him in every direction.
Yeah.
And it's like, what if all 3 of these people are involved in this somehow? And, it's like, did Merrick send me out here because my ambition is seen as a threat to him, or because potentially, maybe he feels that I could, be of a benefit of some.
Maybe
so
fix a problem that he created,
maybe,
you think, or something.
Yeah. And so it's like, okay. And so I'm sitting here this morning, like right around dawn, and I'm just talking myself through it out loud, going through the scenario of how this discussion was going to go over and over and over again to try to purify it to something I can deliver easily.
Yep.
And
the moment presented itself, actually.
And then bang, in comes Nisiana with this supportive thing, and I'm like, whoa,
yeah.
Oh, this is a whole level I didn't even think. I thought she'd just sit there and be quiet, but no.
I love that. It's great.
One of her team is having a breakdown? Oh, no.
I loved it.
And from 2 dragon-marked houses, by the way. The other thing that's cool about this is the fact that House Jarasco's got its own issues. And that discussion of war, and I talk a lot about this in stuff that I write, actually, that touches on war, the collateral impacts of war, what it does to people who were involved, even in quotes, on the fringes of it, right? Like manufacturing things for it is extraordinarily, I think people get it when they've been in that context. And I felt like the 2 of them talking were also chatting about, like, we've both done things, right, that we're not proud of. Not in a, like, 1,000-yard stare way, because Nisiana, I think, still has some innocence about her. It's not that. It's about the fact that healing was done for both sides. Building of weapons of war was done for both sides. And in fact, House Cannith probably built stuff that House Jarasco had to heal people from. And that's why, in a way, this bizarre loop of, like, what are we doing, in this process of this? was really great to see. So I also love the idea that you had these two House representatives speaking to each other in this sort of meaningful way about this is what it means to think about what one's house has done, be loyal to it, but also recognize like we done screwed up on things, right? And this is a part of that too. So,
and while I was, figuring out when did the morning take place, I was like, wait, given when we started playing this game, the whole thing with the morning was 5 years before that.
mm-hmm.
Well, 4 years before that. And so that meant that, since Tanton is 25, when he was probably 15, he went out into Seer to start learning his artificer stuff. And so he was there before any of that stuff ever happened. And so, for him, every time he comes back to the gray, it's just, oh, well, yeah. There's this thing, and it wasn't until I was talking it out this morning that I was like, he does weapons, he does Warforged, she does alchemy. What did I want to do? And then he looked at Rowan's arm, he looked at Spanner, he looked at the lightning rail. He said, I want to build things to help people. That's what I want to do. I don't want to make more Warforged. I don't want to make weapons. I don't want to, I want to build things to help people.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, now I've drilled in more on Tanton's motivations.
This is how you build a crew. It's also how people kind of get to love the King's Citadel plus Rowan at the moment. The King's Citadel plus Rowan.
Plus one.
Yeah, plus one. You're the King's Citadel's plus one. How do you feel about that? Yeah. But yeah, like sort of seeing that played out. This is how you build those sort of bonds between each other. And as a quick note, just to folks watching, if you're interested, from a DM point of view, it's very important, and I think what's a real joy to do it, but it's really important to let these connections develop organically and then follow them where they lead. So having these people have different connections. There's a house connection. There's Rowan and the Tanton connection. There is Merime and Alarian's sort of connections about having been the ones who were the more principal fighters of the group. There are multiple ways in which Tanton and Alarian, because of Alarian being a Starforged, but still a Warforged, but a Starforged, but a Warforged that Tanton has some familiarity with, Spanner with Nisiana, like all of these links create this web of relationships, which is exactly what separately is why I love the patron system and having these folks as a group, which Rowan will be getting integrated into over time for sure. But the point is, I love that system because it's so much easier to do that. And that's what you want, is individuals working together that you get to know as these characters that function as a sometimes dysfunctional, but still a family or a team that does things together. And that's really fun to watch. So anyway, quick note, basically trust your players and let them do stuff is what I'm saying. Trent, where will they find folks see you next?
Actually here.
In one specific place, actually, yeah, right? 2 weeks.
The last day of the month? Or is it next to the last
It is the last day of the month.
Yeah.
It is the last day of the month where Tren will be playing a new role. He will introduce himself to you, but I've posted on Twitter what his character looks like. Tari Toon's art is just Scooby-Doo perfection. It's so good, and it is the Free League sponsored Shire Adventures. I'm very excited for this. Free League has really stepped up to the plate. We appreciate that, and we will give them a bring down the house with this, because it is a very, very fun adventure, a very lighthearted thing too. If you feel like a lot of this stuff is like gray, darkness, evil, blah blah blah, this is going to be
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Exactly. This is going to be a lot of fun. It doesn't mean there won't be conflict and tension, or that there isn't some darkness down the road, maybe. But it starts out as like, we're going on an adventure, and like that's kind of the tone. It's going to be great. So I'm very excited for that, and you will see Tren as a part of that on Tuesday. Yeah, isn't that art? Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. And if you're on my Patreon, if you were a $5 supporter above, you also got a couple of extra wallpapers that was provided by Tartoons. It's freaking amazing.
It looks wild. I love it so very much.
Yeah, it's so. Yeah. Oh God, I saw it. I'm like, are you kidding? That's so good. Yeah, I'm so fortunate. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by such talented people. It's amazing. It's so amazing. I must have that freaking hoodie. Well, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, amen. Like, so amazing.
What'd you say, Jen?
I was just like, are you the human that looks terrified?
Yeah, the one that's like,
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. And the joke was that he always has to be taller than the other
Yeah,
the characters.
right,
But
yeah.
like, oh God, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. I'm really excited for it. So you will want to see that. I also do want to highlight very quickly. Yes, make sure before Drew has to head out or whatever, I do want to mention Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, Drew, the Damager, formerly known as Rock God, is an amazing photographer, awesome person, is going to be streaming for the first time Wednesday night Chained Echoes. So if you get a chance to follow and stop by, check Drew out. Drew is good people, and you should definitely check it out. It's going to be awesome. So you should definitely check that out. But wonderful work from the players today. Again, my apologies that we blew right through the break. I was just so fascinated by your role play that I'm like, whoops, I forgot the time. But it was great to see all of you and wonderful work today. Thank you to the wonderful players. Chat, can we get some love for Trent Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau? Love you, Marie. We'll have you back soon. The internet will return. Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Thank you, players. Great work today, and I will see you folks soon.
Bye, everybody.
For now. All right. So that's going to do it for us. But yeah, man, I love all these campaigns. I feel so lucky. So lucky that I get to have all of these campaigns with such good players in all of them, in all very different ways. This is a group of very experienced players that are part of the mix, and that's what makes this work. But in many other cases, it's the chemistry of the group. It's the sort of fun of the group. It's the sort of quirkiness of the group that works. And in another case, there's just so much good stuff that you're going to get a chance to see more of over the course of the year, including a couple of in-person live events, chat, which you will not want to miss. One of them, of course, is happening at the Gen Con Writers Symposium, but another one is going to be happening as part of ArvCon, and we will talk more about that in more detail. I've got more stuff coming up soon with there's more that's going to be happening. It's going to be a big deal, so I am excited about that. It's going to be great. Oh, thanks, Arudnal. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I to me, the greatest joy of this is getting a chance not only to play with friends, but getting a chance to watch these folks make beautiful stories and to be someone who is able to contribute a little bit to making that frame of the story happen, but having them be the ones who are pushing the narrative forward. I love that. It brings me back to sitting around my father's jury-rigged dining room table in my log home that I grew up in northwestern Connecticut. Bunch of snow on the ground, the fire going in the fireplace, and us playing D&D. Like, those are memories that stay with you for a lifetime, and they're just it's such a joy to be able to play with people, although we're not doing it in person here, but it's such a joy to be able to do it online. And so I appreciate that. I'm glad that it comes across that way. I will also say, even if you were a DM who wants to look good, if you want to look good as a DM, have your players look good. You want to look good as a DM player, watch your players go. And so much of it is letting it breathe and not being like, oh my God, they're going to get it wrong. A good example was when Marime wanted to communicate telepathically with the air elemental. Is that provided for necessarily? No. Who the hell cares? It's the gray. It makes sense that she'd be able to do something like this. She's a Kalashtar. She has more contact in this strange way. They can understand so she was able to connect with it. And it made for a much more interesting thing than if I was like, well, according to page 32, rules are things that are not just guidelines. They do help structure the story, but they cannot overwhelm the story or you're doing it wrong. And that's basically what it comes down to. I find so many good groups because I just got so many good people that are around. Rudnell, I'm very lucky that way for sure. So, and that's right, Drew. Decent people attract other decent people. That's right. Same, Waymond. Yeah, well, we're going to change that, Emily. As you know, as we said, we're going to change that, and you're going to get a chance to play with a friendly group with us. You have played once before with me, of course, on stream with the Warren when we played that during the Icarus thing, but you'll have a chance to do something more than that, and hopefully we can make it into a much better situation for you than what you had last time. I hate hearing those stories about people that got harassed out of D&D. I mean, D&D I don't want to be hyperbolic about it. D&D really preserved my life in a way. I don't know if I want to say saved my life exactly, but probably pretty close, because I could I had a confidence in D&D that I didn't have elsewhere because I wasn't going to get my ass kicked, right? And the people who came over to play D&D were friends that came over to play with me, and I could do and be things there that I couldn't do and be outside of it. So I am very passionate about what this can do for people. I've seen it happen time and time and time and time and time again. And so I feel very lucky that we're able to do it as a part of that. And so yeah. Aw. Well, thank you, Emily. Yeah, exactly. And from the writing circles. But you know what's funny, though, Wayman? You're right. But it's not just the writing stuff. I thought about this the other day. If you look at the D&D with GOG folks, those folks are not all writers. I mean, Mike writes. There are some that certainly do some writing. Some of them are game master folks who have done things. But like Darksaber, as an example, Darksaber 2K, his first ever D&D campaign happened during Storm King's Thunder, during the campaign that I ran with them. And you would never know that from the way he just settled in perfectly. And that was those were all non-Americans. Now that Chai is gone, that was all not, and now that Chai is, unfortunately had to step back. So it's all Europeans and Canadians and stuff. And like, so good. In community D&D, only one of you was a writer. So you're right, Wayman, that having the writing chops definitely helps in some respects, but it's also just a willingness to, the key to excellent role play is to listen and be vulnerable with others in the game context. If you can listen and be vulnerable, then you will provide tremendous role play because you will be giving and taking both from the interactions of your characters. Have to listen before you can talk. And you have to be vulnerable for anything to really be able to matter. In terms of and I don't mean like bearing your soul or trauma dumping. I don't mean that. I mean just little moments where you're acknowledging aspects of yourself. Actors say the same thing. You need to be vulnerable to be believed. As a writer, you need to be vulnerable in your writing for people to connect to it. And again, I'm talking about within limits, within structure. I'm not saying, to be unsafe. But vulnerability is critically important. And it's one of the reasons that I think it really makes a difference here. That's oh God, Rudnell. I won't tease him much. But Canadian was said, yes, indeed. You have to be paying attention to catch the balls in the air. Absolutely, Triffid. And all of the players that we've played with on this channel have been very good at that moment of vulnerability and at listening to others and really kind of connecting with people. And that makes such a huge difference. It makes such a huge difference. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said thank you for the follow, but thank you for the follow. It makes such a huge difference. I'm glad to hear that, Derolo. Well, welcome. I'm a big fan of first-time DMs and multiple-time DMs. I love doing that, but it really is about that. It's about listening and vulnerability. As a DM, one of the most critical things to do is trust. Trust your players. Now, you do want to provide guidance and structure in the game. You don't want to just sort of sit there and just listen and do nothing and never talk, because that's not the exact idea. You're providing a frame and then you're getting the hell out of the way. And Chad always knows that when I lean back and I listen, and I did it tonight too, but especially when I do this, that is the symbol of Arv is having an amazing time and is just going to listen. Because the players then the game runs with the players' dynamic relationships to each other. That is what makes it go. So you have to resist the temptation to be like, oh crap, they're going to miss the clue. Or no, they're going to not beat the big bad. Or they're not going to lean into failure, lean into missed checks, lean into the players coming up with crazy ideas and schemes. And as long as your players know while they're doing that they also are respecting the rules of the world and that their decisions have consequences, again, listening to the DM as much as the DM listens to them, as long as they do that, then the game almost runs itself at that point. It's about doing those things together. And so, and you're doing Call the Netherdeep. Nice, Derolo. No. Sensitive about your shortcomings. What shortcomings? I shortcomings? Not at all. Not at all. You seem normal height. Very funny. No, not at all. Shadowed, I have seen you put together a lot of really fun tactical stuff, tactical combats that were fun. And most important, your players to a person, right? Triffid and Drew and Echo and Hoodie, your players to a person all were like, we want Shadowed to DM for us. And when you were having stuff where you had to step back for a while, they were like, that's fine, but we want Shadowed as our DM. They're loyal to you. And the reason they're loyal to you is because you have created a world that they believe in. So you're doing your job, like 100%. You always can learn, but you did a great job rolling with their chaos, but you laughed with them, you had fun with them. That's what you can do. So, yeah. Wait, what is this? What did I kill and do stuff with this? Being an editor is a lot like this too. Aw, thanks, Emily. I appreciate that. As you started at school. Yeah, well, session zeros are great. Are really, if you can do session zero, I always do a session zero, but I understand there are certain circumstances where it's not possible. And in that scenario, yeah, just rolling with the punches. A lot of it is, if you know the world well, then you can roll with the punches because realistically, unless your players do things which are just foolish, and even then, if they do something foolish, then that's something which there will be consequences for. They will be foolish and they will pay for their foolishness. But as long as they're not doing something which is deliberately attempting to sabotage the game, and they're listening to each other, then you can roll with the punches, and it often ends up being more interesting than you thought. In the Esper Genesis campaign that I ran, Shadow with the Zephyr, we went way off in a different direction than what the sort of written campaign did. And I do a lot of adjustments of written campaigns. Like my version of Curse of Strahd is very different from other versions of Curses of Strahd. And the same thing would apply with this campaign. I provide a lot more connective tissue. I sort of expand the interest of NPCs. I reduce some of the importance. I do all sorts of things in the background, and my job is to make it seamless so that they can't tell what part's written and what part's me. And so it just becomes the campaign. But that stuff is, as long as you're kind of rolling with what the people are giving you, that is all that you really need, is to be able to go with what the players give you. And if you know the world well enough, then it will progress in the right way. And those consequences really make a difference. Yeah. That's true, Rudnell. A mean baked brie and crackers. There you go. No, seriously. Seriously, I am very pleased with all of the games on this channel, and that includes Community D&D, and that's why I've said that I hope at some point, Shadowed, when you're feeling up to it and if the players want to return, I would love to see that return. I liked watching that campaign. I liked seeing how a lot of that stuff unfolded, even though I couldn't be at all of it, obviously. I love having, my dream for this channel is to continue to build it and continue to have games. I want to grow the audience. I want to continue to have more people that come. Because I just want more people to participate in this wonderful community we have here. But my dream for the channel as well is to continue to expand the content we have available to people so that we can, almost like a television station, be running shows and running campaigns most of the days of the week. I would love to do that because and not just me. I am DMing as many campaigns as I can DM. I DM 5 separate campaigns. That's it. That's all I can roll with at the moment. That's as much as I can handle. But playing in a campaign once in a while, like the Court of Blades thing I've been doing once a month has been great. And having other people's voices in here, Brandon and Mike, and having the Bag of Giving folks, which has given us a chance to see a lot of different DMs, and Shadowed, and all of these different folks who have had the chance to step in and GM and DM. That has been great to see. And I'm hoping for more of that because it really does make a difference. So. Nice. Curse of Strahd is definitely, you know what, Derolo? Curse of Strahd is definitely not a 101 type adventure. That has to be very carefully thought of, carefully planned. It's very intense. It requires a lot of trust among your players. But if you can do all of that, there's a real richness to the campaign that I liked a lot. And I don't even like horror stuff generally. It's just not my bag. I don't like it. But Curse of Strahd was an exception because I just thought there was such wonderful intensity to it. And we had some big moments in that. Oh, man. The Curses Strahd campaign. I was very proud, excuse me, of myself in that one, only because it was something which was out of my comfort zone in the horror genre, but I still felt like we rendered it in a wonderful way. And again, it was because the players were so great. So that was a big part of it. Yep. Yeah, I did Death House too. I got a lot of people that were like, I got some people that were just like, that did not love the Death House part, some of the players, because they were like, it was like, man, it was brutal. And just be careful, DeRollo. That thing can kill people off faster than you planned. So just be careful about that as part of this mix. Yeah, absolutely, Drew. And that was great in its own way. Absolutely, Crit Twitch, and a lot of different games and systems too. That's right. D&D remains my, 5th edition D&D remains my favorite. But I've loved watching stuff with Blades in the Dark. I obviously really enjoy playing Court of Blades. We have featured Apocalypse Keys on here. We've featured, obviously, Brandon O'Brien's Sound Clash. We have featured, Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire is a Powered by the Apocalypse related, type of thing. We've had that. I think that's PBTA, not Forged in the Dark, I believe. We have featured The Warren. We've featured, we've had a bunch of Brindlewood Bay. That's been a lot of fun. We've done tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. And that was, oh God. Yeah, that's right. I do recall that. Absolutely. Yeah, I actually started at level 1, which might have been a mistake on that one, Derillo. You're probably right about that. Exactly. You had to be really careful, Arudinel. That's right. But I really love featuring those different systems and learning from them. And we've also done Lone Wolf. I had a chance to DM Lone Wolf on this channel. I really liked my Assignment Impossible campaign that I ran for probably 4 or 5 sessions, something like that. I really liked that, which is based on the Wilderness of Mirrors system by John Wick. That was really cool too. I got a chance to kind of get in touch with my 60s spy thing. I have a real love for the spy genre as well. So there was a really, Girl by Moonlight is Forged in the Dark. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Not Powered by the Apocalypse. Forged in the Dark. Sorry. But yeah, Girl by Moonlight again, really, really lovely. And again, I just, there's just so much good stuff out there. So many good systems, that you can learn from. And I have drawn from that, absolutely, in providing the Talisman Adventures is a different system that I run regularly over on GOG. And that also has got a lot of fun parts to it. So it's all good. It's all good for stuff. Nice, Dorello. Nice. Audio distortions on my end. I'm not hearing any, no. A Pathfinder 2e. Listen, I would not run that, not because I have anything against Pathfinder, but because I just don't have time to have another system that I pick up and DM myself. Play-in is different. Sometimes playing is different, but picking up and GMing or DMing that's a different thing. But if someone wants to run a Pathfinder 2e campaign on my channel, I would not be averse to that happening with well-respected DMs and GMs. My audio gets distorted? The audio sounds fine to me. I don't know, Triff. I don't know, Dragon. I'm not peaking or anything. I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah. Oh God, Carlos is sleep well. Yeah, sleep well was great, man. He was so great. Right. Boop boop boop. Just saying. But yeah, so I am very, very pleased to be able to have a channel which does stuff like this. I love the video games we play on here as well. I love the RPGs and the different stuff that we do. I like the Our Vocalist is really awesome. I love all of it. I really do. Also Negocios Infernalis. I want to mention that too. That's going to be making its return fairly soon, and that's another different kind of system designed by Carlos and Claire CSE Cooney. So I love that stuff, and having it all as part of the mix is great. And you can see behind me, that whole shelf is all a bunch of different RPG stuff. This is D&D. that's D&D up until about there, and then that's Adventures of Middle-earth, and then we get Indiana Jones. We get a bunch down here. James Bond, Star Trek, Wilderness of Mirrors is in there. There's Shadowrun. There's Cosmic Patrol, which very few of you have heard of except John. There's Tunnels and Trolls. There's a whole bunch of those ones there. To the other side of the mic, there's all my RPGA books that have other systems too. Beowulf is on top of there. I still want to run stuff in Beowulf and will be doing so at one point. We've got more Talisman up there. We've got a whole bunch of things up there. So I feel very good about that. And you can see up there, we've got a DM's screen for 5th edition. That right there, that bad boy is a DM screen for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, y'all. You can recognize that. And over there, we've got, that is, I think, 3rd edition, if I'm not mistaken. So I might have a D&D addiction. This is what I would define Dragon. I started playing with the Red Box in 1985. So I have been playing D&D since I was 13, and I have been DMing for just about that long, pretty much. So I have now been playing the game for almost 40 years, and I have been GMing probably for 36 or 37 years. So it is a bunch of love back there, includes the books. I really was a mix, right, of both reader. I loved books, but I also loved games. I was a reader and a gamer, and video game, but also a lot of tabletop, and a lot of fighting fantasy game books, and a lot of, choose your own adventure and sorcery and stuff like that. So I love that kind of stuff. It was a really big deal. Red box with the pamphlets. Yeah, all right. See, I've shown this before. There you go. Basic rules. I got this in the Farmington Valley Mall. The classic from Larry Elmore. Right? And on the back, you have the original character record sheet. Check this out. There's the original character record sheet. And, sorry, I have to, see. You can see this is when saving throws were broken down, and you were doing it versus various kinds like Poison or Death Ray, Magic Wand, Turn to Stone or Paralysis, Dragon Breath, Spells or Magic Staff. Still had Strength, Intelligence, Wisdom, Dexterity, Constitution, Charisma. You had your Armor class, your hit points. But in some ways, look, and your target AC, like what your hit roll is to hit it. But in some ways, look at how much more simple that is. And not in a bad way, I mean, as some of the other things that were there too. So it was just cool. And they have like a solo adventure that they ran. They had fighters. They have sample characters. They have spells and things like this. I just read this stuff and I just fell in love with it. I just fell in love with the storytelling, with the mix of stuff you could do, with the exploration, with the wonder. I loved, obviously, Lord of the Rings. I just remembered all of that stuff just grabbed me. And I have some of my original. Oh, do I have my first one? Wow. My terrible writing. My terrible writing. There we go. So I don't know if you can see this. Here, wait, let me. So let's see. So you can barely see that. It's like washed out, but so there's my name. My character's name, which was Greg the Great. I was super imaginative, right? It was the only place, certainly in my life, I wasn't going to be Greg the Great at the time. So like my character, right? Alignment, lawful good, of course. And I was, I guess, what was I? I was a magic user, of course. That was my sketcher symbol. I had a 9 strength, 18 intelligence, 9 wisdom, 9 dexterity, 9 constitution, 10 charisma. I was average on everything but intelligence because I just rolled the dice the way I was supposed to. Those are my common tongue, my languages. And then I had spells. I had silver daggers, a mirror, a lantern, my experience. Yeah. Wow. Back in the day. And then we got, of course, then we got the, by contrast, we got this sheet, which was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And remember that whole part where it was supposed to be easy? Yeah, no. Not easy. And I had all of these blank sheets and a bunch of people. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. I forgot I had this in here. This was my mother's character sheet. I remember I played some with my parents at one point, and that was my mother's sheet. Wow. Palace of the Silver Princess. My. And I played with my dad a lot, too. Man, I don't think I've opened up this stuff for a long time. Yes. All right, here we go. My first ever dungeon that I tried to make. That looks totally authentic, right? Like I was trying to use, they had a basic rule there. I should have reversed it to name my character, Greg. I had that first. So the description was like, these were the descriptions. Like, this room has a musty smell to it. Inside is a pool. If touched, it will, what will it do? It will heal you. Yes. You see stairs leading up on the east and west sides. Number 2, 2 kobolds are in this dark room. They're standing by an altar with a head of a minotaur as its statue. 3, this room is empty. You can hear muttering voices to the west. 4, this room is approximately, there's no story to this. There's no story to the dungeon. There's no, it's just, it's just this place. 2 kobolds guard the door. 2 people did this. In my best, in quotes, cursive. Oh my God, all of this graph paper. Graph paper, graph paper, graph paper. Wow. And then the very bottom, the Role-Playing Game Association membership that was back there. Wow. Back in the day, folks. But my point is that this thing got it started. It was here that I started it, and to think that I've come all that way, and that I've then be able to use this to raise money for cancer research while sharing it with a bunch of wonderful people, all of you folks in chat, and a bunch of wonderful players. The fact that all of that all goes down the same way, that all happens as a result of this, is just amazing. And I still think to this day, and this is why they re-released it, I still think to this day that the look of this, just the feel of it and everything, I just think I think it holds up. I think it looks super good. I think it looks clean. And it says in the back, this is a game that helps you imagine. As you whirl around your sword ready, the huge red fire-breathing dragon swoops towards you with a roar. See, your imagination woke up already. Now imagine this game will probably be more fun than any other game you've ever played. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Really, really liked it. Oh yeah. Absolutely, Wispy. Originally this is based, of course, on Chainmail, which is late 70s. But my first exposure to it was through this. Was through the Red Box. So, good stuff. Anyway, I missed a few things, and then I got to get out of here myself because it's going to be starting to get late. Hold on. I missed a bunch of stuff. Hang on. Moving up here. They're still selling Redbox in 85. Start playing. Yep, I remember mentioning that, Arudno. I'm glad that you played again after watching my streams too, Shadow, that we got you in there to do that. That's really cool. Just so sorry to hear that, Emily. I mean, I've heard that before from you, but terrible. I'm glad that you did find all of us, though. Thaco. Yep. Had to calculate Thaco in her head. I actually had this discussion with a bunch of people on in my dad's because my dad brought me around to like various professor friends of his and stuff, and I used to have discussions with some of them about the concept of alignments. Like philosophy professors found it really interesting to talk about the alignment system in D&D. The party was named Thaco. Perfectly legible. Well, thank you, Trivet. Thank you. Aru Danell. 1983. You had a chainmail box? Oh man. I speak good. I see you, dragon. Your cursive looks just like mine. I mean, realistically, like I actually do mostly print now. Like when I do comments on student papers and stuff, my cursive was I mean, like my handwriting, I've seen much worse than my handwriting, but I've always had this thing about it because, like, I think I told you all this. My second grade teacher claimed that I was never going to pass and I was going to be held back if I didn't improve my handwriting. This woman, by the way, should never have been involved in teaching ever. This was a terrible teacher. And like, oh God. So it was one of those things, like, whatever. Yeah, no, for sure, Drew. It really was. But I found my way. I found my way to all of you lovely folks. So it was great. It worked out the same way. Oh, that's so. But I'm gonna get out on out of here, chat, because I'm hungry. I actually want to get a little bit of a snack before I head to bed and all that stuff. But this has been. You had to take your writing proficiency test for unlegible writing. I mean, my daughter actually, a lot of kids in her class, because she went to a progressive curriculum school, and she got taught cursive. A lot of the kids in her class don't have the finest idea how to write in cursive or read it. And so my daughter was taught it, and it really, it does make a difference. It helps with some stuff. So, or I can stay and hang with you. I love hanging out with you folks. You know that, but I do need to go grab some food at some point. Is Nell, which means river, yet again. Oh, interesting. Aru Danell, beloved or flower. Nell, which means river. Nice. That's super cool. Super cool. Anyway, chat, you're amazing. I love y'all. You're the best. I hope you really enjoyed what we were able to do tonight. It was a great pleasure to be with you all, as always. And you're going to see tomorrow, according to the power of Brandon O'Brien, who has confirmed this, you will see a recorded version, but still a version, of the amazing conclusion of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire with Speculate. So you'll definitely want to check that out. It's going to be amazing. If you like what you saw and heard tonight, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord. Oh, yeah, interesting. ArvCord, ! Arv tweets from my Twitter, website arvineleron.com. Please do join us over on the Discord because we always hang out there in between streams. And please sub to me over on YouTube. It's free for you, but it definitely helps us out. And you can get all the previous broadcasts of this. I mean, we're up to day 31. This is season 3 of Eberron Oracle of War. I'm feeling fairly good though. 31 days, but we're already up to level 8. We're probably halfway through Parliament of Gears, so we're making good progress. Like we are making some good progress. I feel fairly good about the pace of this campaign. So yes, and again, website arvineleron.com. Financially, !Arv shop for the merchandise area. !Arv Treon is the Patreon sitting right there. 20 patrons, 203 per month. By the way, at the shop you can still get this shirt. You can still get the Infinity and Beyond shirt if you want to rock that. And we're going to be adding more things to the store. That's going to have a major overhaul coming in the not too distant future. So we're going to get that as well. So Arv Shop, ! Arv Treon, allows you to get inspirations to help the players and a lot of other cool stuff like that. So you get cool stuff for you as well. So please support us over there. And of course, subbing to the channel. And a couple of you were kind enough to sub. We got a wonderful gift sub from Arudinel to Spellhawks Press. So thank you again for that, Arudinel. and that is all something you can do over in Crit Twitch resub tonight as well. You can do that over by subbing or resubbing to us, and we appreciate that too. As always, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, exclamation point Library for my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and exclamation point Greyshade, which is my novel which came out last year. That link will also get you over to where you can buy that book now. You can pre-order Renegade, the sequel, which according to several people is apparently amazing. The way they keep explaining it to me, that they're really happy with it, for which I'm most grateful. That is the sequel to Greyshade that's coming out in July, and then Heretic is coming out next year. That will conclude the Grey Assassin trilogy, and I like the fact we actually have a command for Renegade now, which is nice. Big Boss is nice. Yeah, Emily, riveting from start to finish, a journey of dreams, pain, heart, and hope. What a wonderful statement, and thank you, Emily. And Big Boss is imagine the best book 2 you could imagine. Now imagine that book rolled to 20 is really cool. That's a cool feeling to have, that people can feel good about your work in that way. So that's awesome. So thank you. Anyway, Renegade is something you can pre-order, and you can also get Heretic, which will conclude the Grey Assassin trilogy, and that will be out, of course, next year. You can also pre-order the Greyshade tabletop role-playing game if you like Brandon O'Brien's work, and you're like, I bet that freaking design, I bet he's got amazing design chops. You are right. And you can check those out by pre-ordering Greyshade, the tabletop role-playing game there. And if you like Trent's work, and you're like, wow, Trent's amazing, what a great voice, then you should check out the Greyshade audiobook, which Trent Sparks is going to be doing later this year as well. So it's going to be great. A lot of stuff coming out this year and next year. As we've said, hopefully the years of Greyshade, hopefully of the Greyshade universe, because we're very excited about the potential for this as more people find out about it and it gets out there. So I'm excited for that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate and devastating war. They are doing so with bravery and with courage. Hang on a second. Bravery. There we go. With bravery and with courage. But they are really doing what they can. But this is our chance to help step up in a small way and help them fight back and send the message that we will do that otherwise. Girl by Moonlight should be tomorrow, according to what Brandon said. I believe that means it'll be up tomorrow, Arudinel. Still keep posted to Twitter and things like that to be absolutely sure. I mean, like just looking at the Twitter to be absolutely sure. But it should, in quotes, be there tomorrow, I believe, and it will be in recorded form when that actually posts up there. So that is the deal with that. Otherwise, I will be back on the channel on Tuesday when we'll have a big day on Tuesday. First of all, I'll be playing I Love You, Colonel Sanders, because that's what chat wants me to do. And then we will be playing after that over on GOG's Twitch channel. It'll be Pen and Pixels with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That's a really fun campaign too. And then in the nighttime, I will be back here for the Art Vocalist playing Citizen Sleeper. And that's going to have a surprise, so you will not want to miss that. That's going to be happening as well. No, not Dream Daddy. No. But then we're going to be playing Citizen Sleeper with that surprise with your vocalist. That's happening Tuesday night. Off Wednesday, off Thursday. Friday, we are back for Court of Blades. And then Saturday, Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks makes its return. I'm very excited for that. That was a serious cliffhanger, too, from the last time. So we've had trouble getting the 2 sessions going a month, but we will. And we're going to have 1 session coming up on the weekend. So that's going to be great. And then we're into the following week with the premiere of Shire Adventures and more Chained Echoes over on GOG. So it's going to be fun next couple of weeks of January. We are already on January 22nd. Can you believe that? We have about 9 days left of the month. That is unreal to me. It's going to be it's wild. So that's the deal with that. We are going to do a raid. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. This is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts Have Landed, Twitch raid. Then you got Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all of the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to raid, so please stick around for that. I want to thank my amazing viewers today. Thanks to my wonderful mods, the best in the business, Arudinel Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Emily the Invincible, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides, and Triffany Mats. Amazing work from all the mods today. Thank you, thank you. Thank you as well to all of my subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudinel Dragonspear, Drew, Emily, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Rising Tides, Triffid. Thank you to Wispy Song, to Crit Twitch, to Radio Johnny Panda, to Trendane, and to Waymond Wolf. And again, thank you for the gift subs that were given out today as well. And thank you to my wonderful viewers, to Zero One Ella, Black Fury, Darksteel Spork. Thank you to Ferumbra. Thank you to Jagtrist and Nonstop. Thank you to Sophie Kai. Thank you to the Sec. And thank you to Throw7. Thank you all for being awesome, amazing people. Yeah, you're all the best. Thank you, thank you. Much love to all of you. I will see you folks back here for the Sunday recording with Speculate, and definitely Tuesday as well for I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Otherwise, stick around for the raid, and I will catch all of you lovely people soon. As I always say, please be good to each other, and I'll catch y'all soon. Have a good night. Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. These 4 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. There they found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other, and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.